Committee will come to order. We do have a quorum, and we're ready for business. We're especially appreciative of all those who've done all the logistics to make this possible. Couple other things as we begin. If you haven't signed and you want to testify, please do so, and we will get to you sooner or later. There are two different sign-up sheets, one for out-of-town folks and one's for those who live here locally that could possibly come back tomorrow. When you're called, we'll try to get 3 or 4 people in advance on deck, so we have some seats right here in front that are reserved for that. We'd like you to come forward and sit there and then be called from there. That would be save us some time as well. If you have written testimony that you would like to provide to the committee, please turn that in. It will become a part of the record of the committee proceedings today. And there is a basket outside that you can leave that for us so we can get it. We will make all those written comments part of the record of the meeting today. I think that's about all of the housekeeping things. Once again, just as a reminder, we appreciate the decorum we had this morning, and we certainly will continue with that this afternoon, and we as a committee certainly do appreciate your cooperation in that fashion, and would like to continue that this afternoon or this evening, however you view that. First on today, on this evening, will be Bob Compton, followed by Gregory Hamilton, and then followed by David Barrett, and Bishop Brian Thom will be the next one. So if you'd like to come up and do that, we will begin with Bob Compton. Welcome to the committee, and state your name for the record. Please be as brief as you can. We're conscious of the fact that you've got probably a lot to say, but we do want you to respect the time of others because there's a lot yet to testify.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I will be brief. My name is Bob Compton from Midvale, Idaho, and I'm here representing myself and my lovely wife, and we are not in favor of this bill. It has been argued that sexual orientation and gender identity are genetic, just like skin color. They are not. Your genetic code, DNA, determines who you are. The color of your skin is determined by DNA. It will not change no matter how badly you may want your skin to be a different color. Scientists can look at your X and Y chromosomes to determine your gender. Those X and Ys in your DNA cannot change no matter how badly you may want them to. Your DNA is a scientific fact. Here's another scientific fact. Sexual relations solely between male with male or female with female will never produce any offspring. If sexual orientation or gender identity were governed by DNA, those genetic traits would be eliminated from a population in the very first generation. There's no way those traits could ever be passed on, so where would they come from in the first place? Not DNA. From this, we can conclude that sexual orientation and gender identity are choices made by individuals. If you vote to protect such choices by calling them science, will you also add the words to protect pedophiles who claim their innate desire for children is part of their DNA? How could you not? I hope we have not reached that point of cultural evolution. Sound science does not support that choice. I hope you won't either. Some have complained that those who oppose this bill are placing their own morality above science. Unfortunately for those detractors, science is not on their side, as I have pointed out. But that doesn't mean that morality is not part of your discussion. I suggest that it must be. After all, morality is the fundamental basis for every law. There is higher power in the mix for good reason. History has proven that when man is left to himself, things do get very ugly. Mankind alone does not have the capability of correctly wielding the power to determine where there should be, where the line should be drawn between right and wrong. The laws of Nazi Germany and Communist Russia are good examples of how wrong man can be, even though fully convinced he is right when he tries to go it alone. Our founding fathers understood this well. That is why Thomas Jefferson was compelled to point out that all men are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights in our Declaration of Independence. I hope that you are able to see that you also need your Creator's help, just as our founding fathers did. Your decision will be affected by your morality, and in that way it will affect the morality of others, including generations of children. You may find this to be a difficult decision to make. May I suggest this? The correct moral decision is clear when you ask yourself what choice the founding fathers and your Creator have made. I want to add that I declare myself as an openly Bible-believing scientist. And as that, myself and other colleagues in the same group, we have undergone lots of discrimination. But I don't take that discrimination to a defeatist position. As a matter of fact, in my life, I've found that it has stimulated me to work harder in understanding science and trying to ferret out the principles and precepts of reality. And I've come to the conclusion that respectful controversy is the solution to having good science. Orthodoxy results when we don't have controversy, and philosophers have argued this for ages. And I would also contend that in this area, in this arena of morality, that there is plenty of room for controversy as long as that controversy is full of respect and not animosity. So I would appreciate you as a group seriously considering what I've shared with you, and that you would vote no on this bill. And I'm open now for any questions.
Are there questions? Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Gregory Hamilton. Let me call a couple more. Ben Baker would be part of the next mix. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished committee members, thank you for letting me come up here. I need to catch a plane. My name is Greg Hamilton, and I am president of the Northwest Religious Liberty Association, based in Ridgefield, Washington. The Northwest Religious Liberty Association is a nonpartisan government relations and workplace anti-discrimination program that champions religious freedom and human rights in behalf of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and all people of faith. And that's specifically in the states of Alaska, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and Washington, in numerous arenas, the legislative, civic, judicial, academic, interfaith, evangelical, and corporate arenas. The Northwest Religious Liberty Association was proud to work very closely with distinguished former Idaho State Senator Grant Ibsen in helping to pass Idaho's Free Exercise of Religion Act of 2000, in which the compelling state interest and least restrictive means legal standards were restored to Free Exercise Clause jurisprudence as mandated in Idaho's statutory code. We get the fact that the purpose of HB 2 is to add gender identity and sexual orientation to Idaho's Civil Rights Code. We get that. What we are concerned with is when such codified rights are used in the name of equal protection to coerce religious individuals and religious institutions to perform services, commit speech or acts, or to hire, as inferred in Section 3, parentheses 1, against their religious convictions. I think of Don and Evelyn Knapp, which has been brought up many times in this hearing already, of hitching post wedding services and marriage services. As one of the ladies said here this morning, no one should have to choose between making a living and their faith. UCLA law professor Eugene Volk commented recently on that case. He said, Coeur d'Alene's move, the city of Coeur d'Alene's move against the Knapps violated the state's Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Volk, who teaches free speech and religious freedom law, says that he thinks compelling them, that is the Knapps, to speak words and ceremonies that they think are immoral is an unconstitutional speech compulsion. Given that the free speech clause bars the government from requiring public school students to say the Pledge of Allegiance, or even from requiring drivers to display a slogan on their license plates, the government can't require ministers or other private citizens to speak the words in a ceremony on pain of either having to close their business or face fines and jail time. He's one of the leading constitutional scholars in the country, and he doesn't necessarily tack to the right or to the left. He's a brilliant man and is very well respected. What bona fide assurances can this legislative committee give that the state, this legislative body, and the courts will not compel religious institutions and religious peoples to go against their consciences when gender identity and sexual orientation claims seek to compete and thus continually challenge the long-established constitutional autonomy rights of religious institutions and religious peoples? If you cannot guarantee such, then we urge a no vote on House Bill 2.
Are there questions? Thank you for being here today. David Barrett.
Oh.
Was that?
I'm Ben Baker.
Is that who I called next?
You did, but we haven't seen him yet.
Okay. Who did I call next?
Ben Baker.
We've got one other before you.
Oh,
That's
really?
Bishop Brian Thom. He's not here. Well, yes, he is too here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I'm Brian Thom. I'm the bishop of the Episcopal Church in Idaho. I have, this is mostly actually southern Idaho, but I have pastoral oversight over 30 congregations across southern Idaho, numbering about almost 5,000 Episcopalians. I would not pretend tonight to speak for all of them, or I might speak for most of them, but I'm here representing myself. And I was also here this morning, so I'd like to begin by briefly, maybe in one sentence or two, addressing some of the things I heard this morning before my own specific remarks. One of the things we heard this morning and on many occasions was that in our cities that have passed this legislation, there have been no particular influx of increase in cases of filings against ill treatment. And I'd just like to remind us that the individuals who would do that remain at risk to file such complaints because then they out themselves about their sexuality. So they have the laws provided for them, but the culture and living in places that may not be protected by those by municipal rules still exposes them. So of course, we would not see a rush of complaints. I'm struck by, and I was glad that someone just repeated it, the necessity to choose between making a living and upholding a belief. you and I make those kind of decisions every day. And I have to say, I was going to be quip and say, I'd be happy to explain to you the Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I can do that pretty well. I'm not a great businessman, but I know business people make those decisions every day about how to balance, and every person balances their faith with how they're going to live their life. And I just want to suggest to you, once you consider the many economic arguments that I was taught in high school, that the medium of exchange for capitalism is this. And that when someone has some of this, and there's a good and service that they wish to have, they negotiate with this for that good and services. That should be the medium of exchange, not the quality of the person. And every business owner knows they've done business with someone that was a bit unsavory in some way, but they saw their way through to make a choice about that because this is the medium of our business life. I'm speaking in support, as you can tell by now, of this bill. And I wanted to speak before you because I wanted to have you hear another religious voice, if I may be so presumptuous. People of faith disagree about the interpretation of the Holy Scriptures, both Christian and Hebrew. I'd be so bold to suggest, as not an expert in Scripture, but one who has read it along as many of you, that the so-called references around homosexuality in Scripture are ambiguous at best. They take careful reading. They take contextual interpretation, as we've all done all through history. We all interpret Scripture, from the first people who saw the first manuscripts, the people who tried to translate it into their own language. Each one of us, as we read it, translate it ourselves, which is what we're supposed to do. My understanding of that is that since Scripture is not clear specifically about homosexuality, then I, as a faithful person, have to struggle with it myself. I have to admit, I've not always. Some of my Episcopal friends will tell you that they've heard my conversion story about how I finally came to accept homosexuality as one variation on the scale of human sexuality. I believe that to be true. It's an innate, natural part of our humanity. Biology is that wonderful gift of evolution, of reproduction. But we should not confuse that with the gift of sexuality, which exists on a continuum of assignment. When we come out of our mother's womb, the doctor says it's a boy or it's a girl, an assignment. And then we know many people who then have an internal identity about who they think they are. And then they have to make a choice, unfortunately in our culture, they have to make a choice about expression. They feel one thing inside, but they still can't express that completely because of the way our culture functions. And they have to choose an expression of that. Each one of us does that every day. By what you wear when you go out to work, by what we choose to wear when we go out on a date or on a honeymoon. We make those choices all the time. You all know what it says on here. It says, "In God we trust." Many have invoked their belief, but please, their interpretation of what God thinks about sexuality in this room. I just want to highlight that, while I might even wonder why we even put that on there in the 50s, please note it says, "In God we trust." Not obey, not think about, not understand. And God, we trust that we're going to keep working out this hard work of having different opinions about faith and this democracy that we love. People of faith and the churches are going to keep working this out. as we interpret Scripture in its context and its meaning in ours. Over time, our nation has determined that in order to promote a fair and healthy social fabric, we have had need to ensure fairness in economic and social structures by prohibiting discrimination against persons that are based solely on innate, unalterable human traits, like race, gender, disability, and age. Homosexuality is one of those traits, which I believe is innate and alterable and permanent, and a gift from God. I invite you to consider our place in that history, that our nation has always struggled with issues like this around these innate, unalterable human traits, and that there are times when it comes that we have to step forward when all we can do is consider the possibility that maybe what we need to consider is a new truth, some real science, and that when economic push comes to moral shove, that we err and lead and inspire on the side of mercy, hope, and justice. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Are there questions? Representative Crane.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Bishop, thank you for your perspective. I want to go back to your opening statement and see if I understood what your opening statement was and if I've got it correctly. But I think you said you wanted to reference some past testimony that had taken place today where some cities has passed these ordinances, yet we have not seen a wave of individuals come forward with complaints of discrimination.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct. That was my observations. Many spoke this morning about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A follow-up, if possible.
Representative Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Bishop. So following that line of logic through, you were saying that the concern is that those individuals, if they were to report that there had been something about discrimination, that their sexual orientation potentially would be exposed and that would be uncomfortable for them, giving the environment maybe of the attitude of that city regarding that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more follow-up.
Representative Crane.
So, Bishop, I guess where I'm hung up then, if those ordinances are not working in those local cities, if we pass it here on the state level, how is that going to solve the problem? If people are concerned or they're scared in those cities to go to their local officials, how will passing it on a statewide level help them find comfort and maybe courage to come forward and report the potential case of discrimination?
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Mr. Chairman. I believe because it would create a larger atmosphere of willingness, tolerance. Someone can, because housing or employment, they live outside the city limits of that town, and filing a case then exposes them into the public record, and they live in a different space than where they work. It goes towards creating this better environment where we're all saying that we're all going to struggle with, review our own theologies, our own sense of civic involvement. It goes towards creating that bigger environment. Instead of having pockets of where that freedom exists, that doesn't ensure that people feel safe. And they would make having a statewide statement then at least provides that first step, and says that the state of Idaho is committed, and we're going to support your civil rights and try to create an environment where you feel safe to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wintrow.
Mr. Chair, is it Bishop?
Yes, please.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question for you. You did such a nice job really outlining how gender roles are assigned really at birth. You come out of the womb, we see boy or girl, you start to assign roles and so forth. And then you said that we talked about how our choices are impacted maybe by external factors. So I wonder, what do you think impacts the choices we make about how we express our sexuality? What is impacting the choices of those people that you're, all of us, and how we express that sexuality in your mind? And I didn't mean to throw you.
Thank you.
That was an easy question.
I'll take Trinity for 100.
Hey, let's not ruin our decorum here today.
Madam Representative, what would someone do if they've been told all along, and conditioning and the right clothes and the right toys? My wife finished crocheted a receiving blanket for our coming granddaughter. It's pink. Why not camo or something else? So we have this ways in our culture of expectation. There are expectations that we project. But what for that person who feels, not quite right? I'm going to get theological because that's where I live. If someone senses that their identity given to them in creation, that's who they are, then they feel completely disconnected, and our culture attempts to enforce that disconnection. Someone said earlier, a young man testified this morning, I forget who he quoted, I'm sorry, but he said, shame is the fear of disconnection. That's what our brothers and sisters who are gay and lesbian transgendered feel. It's contrary. What would it be like to be, in your heart of hearts, feel that you cannot express who God has made you?
Follow up.
Representative Winthrop.
Thank you, Bishop. So what you're saying to me is that it sounds like people follow expectations by way of reward and punishment. So if I'm rewarded a certain way, I might behave a certain way. If I'm punished, I might behave a certain way as well.
Possible. Mm-hmm.
And that we learn to behave in that way because of that, maybe.
We learn to behave because in a certain way because it has some value to us, and some consequence and some value.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Crosty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bishop Thom, I'm not going to give you the Trinity for 100, but I am going to go down a bit of a philosophical line, if you'll indulge me. It was described earlier how science dictates that if you have two people who are gay or lesbian and they engage in sexual relations, then they can't produce offspring. So I'd like to hear perhaps a different philosophical slant. Can you tell me where gay people come from?
Lest the lightning bolt come into this room, onto this spot. The wonder of biological reproduction is a result of evolutionary forces from that creation. They are separate from what I believe is a higher calling of humanity. You helped me remind me of another point from earlier. Someone did say this morning that they felt that there's a slippery slope and the gay agenda and some of those kind of comments. And one of the comments was about, we know this is really about marriage. I would say this is really all about that, because marriage is about relationships. The fullest fulfillment of being a human being is to be in a relationship with another human being. By the way, if we want to protect traditional marriage, then all of us who have one should be really good at it. Because the definition of human relationship that I understand is given to us by God and God's will for us is based on monogamy, fidelity, loyalty, self-sacrificial thoughts of the other. Those are human characteristics which we should be free to share with those whom we love. If you're gay, sir, I believe God made you that way and blessed you so that you may have relationships within that context and those realities, and that you may seek out the higher calling of monogamy, fidelity, loyalty, and self-sacrifice.
Thank you, Bishop.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Crane.
Thank you. That spurred a number of questions in my mind. Did you, Bishop, say that you believe sexual orientation is evolving? Did I hear you right in that respect?
I'm trying to. The difficulty with all this is that their distinctions fail. Something black or white or yes or no or this 60-40, things like that. What I was trying to make a distinction was that sexuality exists on a continuum of human experience. The argument that it's not, that homosexuality is a choice or an aberration, because it cannot procreate, I think that's fallacious.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Representative Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bishop. So we'll work on the continuum then, sexuality on a continuum. So I'm sure you're familiar with the case that has been in the news where the father is wanting to marry his daughter in New Jersey. Older, she's of age, I believe 20 years old. So on that continuum then of sexuality, where does that fall?
Bishop.
Thank you, sir. I'd say it does not at all, sir. That's a relationship of power. It cannot by its nature, by its definition, because of the age of the persons, even though the law of that state allows it, the inherent power abuse in such a relationship is very clear. So, are they both heterosexual persons? I think it sounds like, if they're a man and a woman, there's something else going on there, and I would not include those on a continuum of sexual expression, sexual identity. That's a different issue.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please. We will not tolerate any applause.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So, Bishop, they're two consenting adults. No one is being harmed here, according to them, because they're two consenting adults. And so why should we discriminate against their choice to express their sexual orientation or their love for one another?
Bishop.
I think we're parsing out, Representative Crane, that I don't believe is an expression of their sexual orientation. There's another dynamic involved. The story is replete with questions. The young woman did not know her father for all those years, only met him recently. I don't know how old she is. I assume she's a majority, certainly. The dynamics of that loss, of lack of relationship, there's so many other issues there, but it's not, in my sight, an expression of where they are. They're heterosexual persons. I'm having difficulty finding how it applies.
Sure. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you. We appreciate you being here
Mr. Chairman,
today.
thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Ben Baker. Let me get some more on deck here. Justin Walker, Gary Lancaster, Daryl Spicer, Patrick Smith. And before you begin, Mr. Baker, I know you're in a hurry to get back. And it looks like you have your whole family here. Is it possible for you to speak for the whole family? They've all indicated they'd like to testify. If that's okay with them, that might speed things up a little here.
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Ben Baker. Let's do that. Okay, so most of us would like to live in peace. However, when others start to tread on your values and principles, there comes a time when you need to stand up and defend yourself. I feel like this bill is an attack. to start, most people believe that public accommodations are just about city parks. But legally, public accommodations also includes any private business as well. This bill has a history of what we can expect because it has been implemented in several other states. I have seen that this bill has been used to persecute others who do not want to participate in such things as gay ceremonies or gay pride events because those sort of activities are offensive to them. Now, there are, and we had many reasons. I have a whole list of those instances, but we won't go through that. The reasons vary, but the main point here is that many people would agree that those businesses are within their legal right, but that right is not being respected by laws like this. Now, we've also heard some sort of testimonies about that we should be accepting anybody's money, for instance. And I would say to that if you take the opposite of that, isn't a boycott the opposite of the person who's buying saying, I don't want to buy from you, and from the person who is supplying when they say, I don't want to supply to you for some reason? Now, there are distinctions that we make. For instance, when I know that someone is dishonest, I have it a personal policy, I don't deal with them. That is a moral distinction that I have made, and I don't care about their money. So it seems to me that the intensity of these cases seem to be occurring more frequently. Just this week, I saw 2 examples of ignoring a person's right to choose what they want to do in their business. The first is Lena Rusev, a wedding planner that is facing prosecution for not wanting to do a gay wedding, and Lana left Ukraine because of religious persecutions. One person mentioned earlier, when they asked the question, how would you like it if you were forced to print anti-gay material from your business? So the example that I have is just this. There was a bake shop in Colorado, now this was this week, who refused to decorate a cake because on that cake it had the message, God hates gays. And the person, the customer, subsequently filed a complaint based on religious discrimination. Now, on the flip side, Colorado has an interesting predicament here because they also have a case with Jack Phillips, who makes cakes as well, but he refused to do it for a gay wedding. And he's been sentenced to sensitivity training and several things like that. Anyway, the main point is, well, I was going to make the point that this shows why laws like this are bad. That we could literally have a gay versus religion war with our policies, and where we're each trying to tear each other apart because of vengeful purposes. Now, I believe that this particular case has the markings of a setup. Maybe the guy wanted to show what happens when the roles are reversed. He could be a crazy guy, most likely. Or he could be a gay hater, you know. That's possible, and very well may be the case. Or it could be the opposite, where he was trying to stir up contention and to get the media to put it out there so that he can build sympathy for the LGBT cause. all of those things are possible. In fact, I did see similar things to this in Pocatello. During the Pocatello hearings, the paper wrote an article which implied that a gay guy, now this was during our proceedings here, that a gay guy in the community had been beaten up because he was gay, which turned out to be false. Further, I did a records request from the city to obtain a list of the grievances. I found that the person pushing for the city ordinance said that there was a list of anonymous stories. But surprise, surprise, the list was never filed with the city. Privacy issues are also something that comes along with public accommodations, especially with the gender identity clause, which is a subjective definition. And we've heard the case of Colleen Francis, which he's a biological male who likes to use the women's changing room at Evergreen State College, which is also where their local high school girls swim team practices at. And there's an interesting YouTube video with the news on that one. That'd be interesting to check out and see. But I think that erasing the gender barriers in places like changing rooms is a bad idea. Now, I'm sure that the LGBT will say that there are several cities that have ordinances, and they'll say, look at Pocatello, because they had a referendum and it failed. I would like to add some interesting insights to that. I should say that first, I was the one in charge of doing the flyers and making the door hangers and passing it out. For the contest, I think we did rather well, considering that we only lost by 56 votes, which means that if all we swayed was something like 29 people, we would have won. On top of that, we had only 4,000 to work with. At the end of the election, we had 10,000, but a lot of that money came too late. I had to prioritize, and I couldn't get the message out to everyone. So, sorry people in Pocatello, several of you never got a think. Now, if you compare us to the LGBT, they had $156,000 to spend, and they brought in lots of people from all across the country. There's YouTube videos out there, too, of those people coming on in and saying, I'm going to Pocatello. Now, you have to admit that losing by only 56 votes in one of the most liberal parts of the city is not that bad. In fact, basically, we were tied. I learned something interesting from that endeavor, which should be taken into account when the line that is used that several cities in Idaho have adopted this issue. Number one, the LGBT has years of building an organization, which makes it difficult for the average Joe to compete, since they are all by themselves, and they have to learn how to organize on the spot.
Sir,
Sorry?
could you speed up a little bit? We need to move on.
Anyway, basically, I found that the more the people have learned, the more they come to realize that this is not something that they are in favor of. I have neighbors that were against it. I spoke to them, and the more that they learn, they're opposed to it. Now, I would also say that there's lots of emotion that is thrown around in these things. If you listen to what is said, you'll many times hear that saying that I have Idaho roots, or I want to feel safe and feel acknowledged. But if you analyze the testimony, you will find that almost none of it has to deal with the actual bill, which is housing and employment and public accommodations. And on top of that, we have many laws that also address these issues that from our criminal laws. For instance, it is already against the law to use verbal assault and to assault someone and battery. So, as well, I'd say that I find it hypocritical that while the LGBT is seeking for special protections, they also use the national organizations, I'm not speaking individually here, just the national organizations, that they have also sought to fire people for their views. And there's a long list of people like that, and for donating to like Proposition 8. Now, one of the things that I fear is that judges will take these laws and they'll expand it and use it to accomplish what they want to accomplish, while at the same time they'll ignore other laws that exist. Now, I submit to you that part of this law is designed to protect the LGBT, but it's also there's a component where it allows them to give offense on the other side as well. And I think that many people are tired of being bullied by these organizations and the media telling us that we are somehow the intolerant ones when the evidence shows that it also goes the other way. I submit to you that religious liberty is really a statement of individual conscience and beliefs. We have heard people here who have said that that to be true to themselves, they are gay or transgender. We are on the same page. That is exactly what I want. I want to be true to myself. To be able to live my life not free from receiving offense, but free to pursue my own course, which means that I choose what happens with my property and my business, or whatever is mine, not yours. To those who say that you need to leave your beliefs at home, I say that that is impossible. For instance, if you leave your morals at home, you are also suggesting that I should start lying, because that is moral too. There's been lots of emotion here, but I would say that what life is and how to be happy is mostly about how you choose to deal with life, which is decided right here and up here, not by laws. So thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Other questions? Thank you, sir. Just a little bit out of the ordinary, but would your family please stand up? Let's see, we've got Adam Baker, Johanna Jones, Shirley Baker, and Ralph Baker. Appreciate your all being here and your difference in being able to move on. Thank you for coming. Justin Walker. Gary Lancaster. Daryl Spicer, Patrick Smith. Be on deck. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Gary Lancaster, former native of the state of North Carolina, now a proud citizen of the state of Idaho, and we reside in Twin Falls. I'm here representing myself today and my lovely wife that is with me. And I am also a pastor here in the state of Idaho. And I'd like to make a few preceding remarks as to go on reference by saying, if there's no sure reference point as to morality, then all of our discussion is certainly empty and vain. And I'm reminded, and as a pastor and one who deeply cares about people, the needs of people, their lives, and some of the situations that I deal with as a minister, and how to help people. And the only way that I've ever been able to do that is with the truth, what I consider to be the truth of God's Word. Our first president, George Washington, said, "It is impossible to govern the world without God and the Bible." And the man that is accounted as the father of this nation, and I believe that. I want to go on record as saying this, and I believe that gender identity is explicitly stated and in the opening chapters of the book of Genesis. God created them male and female. To say that God made someone other than that would be to make God the author of sin if we want to be theological. And what kind of God then would we have? And then as a pastor, and also the real heart of this issue is morality. Does the Bible speak clearly on this issue? And in respect to one who has already spoken, the Bible is not vague on this issue. Genesis chapter 3 clearly reveals God's creation. And Leviticus chapter 18 is not vague concerning morality. Matthew chapter 19, verse 4, Jesus takes us all the way back to the garden. And he said, God, have we not read? God made them first, in the beginning, male and female. And Romans chapter 1, verses 24 through 7 is not vague about morality. It clearly discusses this lifestyle. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 9 through 11 is not vague concerning this issue of morality. Revelation 21:8 is not vague concerning this issue of morality. I believe that we have a reference point of truth in which we must be honest with ourselves. And in dealing with issues like this, as much as we love our fellow citizens, and we cannot ignore the facts, the truth, and about humanity. This hearing falls on the heels of the Ninth Circuit Court decision to overturn the marriage amendment by which the solid majority of the citizens of Idaho voted into law, providing for the protection and preservation of the traditional family that guarantees a healthy and hopeful culture to raise our children and build our community. I want to voice my opposition to this bill, and I want to encourage our representatives to vote against this bill. There are several arguments that are always made with this issue. And we're being presented now under the banner of new anti-discrimination legislation that we, the people of Idaho, are being told that we are to abandon the long-standing norms of society, to give special protection to those by their own choice have abandoned those norms. Is this really about discrimination? When we all have to discriminate every day, does not a parent discriminate or have to discriminate when they choose or make the choice for their young child's friend or what type of daycare facility that they might entrust the care of their child to? Does not the driver's license agency, and do they not have to discriminate when they refuse to give a license to one who might be legally blind? And I would hope that the recruiting staff of BSU would use some discrimination when they are looking for a quarterback versus offensive lineman if they want to win. And I don't believe that this is about discrimination. And I believe that this bill is more legislation that will not solve any kind of discrimination problem, but it is a bill simply to further the removal of the distinction between truth and error, between what is moral and immoral, between fact and fancy. And so I don't see that this in the way of discrimination, anti-discrimination legislation at all is relevant. And then secondly, We have those who suggest that to add the words sexual orientation and gender identity to the Human Rights Act will in some way enhance the freedoms of Idaho. I am reminded that freedom comes with a responsibility. I think in this country we still build prisons and facilities to incarcerate those who forget that principle. And this type of freedom proposed by those advocating it is lawlessness, disguised as freedom that in time, in the name of freedom, would destroy freedom itself. Who will be protected? I say this as a living example before you right now, as we were having the morning session. And my wife had to excuse herself to the restroom. One of the men who gave testimony in this room this morning, who was born a man but now presents himself as a woman, and when she comes out of the facilities or the stalls, there he is in the woman's restroom. Now this is going to be played out again, as it has already been said, over and over again, and in the hallways and in the public places and of America. I've got 5 granddaughters that are coming up, and I think that this is a moral issue, and it has to be approached from that standpoint. And I feel like that perhaps my wife's freedoms were infringed upon by this event that took place in this very State House today. And then, thirdly, the argument is made that without the passage of this bill, that the civil rights of the gay members are or will be violated. Yet this has nothing to do with race. This has nothing to do with color or ethnic origin. No one chooses to be of a certain race, and that is pre-chosen for them. They are born, and in that capacity. Being a participant in the LGBT lifestyle is a choice and cannot be equated with civil rights, which is already protected under the Human Rights Act adopted by Idaho in 1969, which inherently and equally protects all of us in this building today from the discrimination on the basis of race, sex, color, religion, national origin, in housing and public accommodations, education, and employment. We're here today to encourage our state representatives to remember the majority of the people of Idaho who were called on in these previous elections to discriminate between 2 parties with philosophical differences. And one that shares our traditional and biblical values as opposed to those who don't. And it's no avoidance that in government and politics, you have to take a side. And we encourage our representatives, we're letting you know that we're here still on your side. Don't forget which side you're on and vote against this bill. And we have to remember, whether it is popular thought in society today or not, there is a God in heaven, and righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Thank you.
Are there questions? I see none. Thank you, sir. Daryl Spicer. Patrick Smith. Next up after that will be Ray Salmon. You're Patrick Smith?
Yes, sir.
Let me get a couple more here on deck before we go any further. Laren, is this Laren Walker? Pro-life. We'll go after that. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and thank you to the members of the committee. My name is Patrick Smith. I currently reside in Meridian. I'm 27 years old, and I work full-time as a caregiver with individuals with varying degrees of developmental disabilities. It's a difficult job for sure, but one that comes with very many rewards. I've also worked with the elderly and mentally disabled. In my free time, I can usually be found with my friends or family, or when the weather is just right, outdoors, cycling, longboarding. I love camping, spending time with my family, and on their farm. I have a dog, I have a cat. I love watching movies, reading a good science fiction novel, and rocking out to Bon Jovi. I play guitar and I sing in a choir. I don't mean for this to sound like a dating ad. However, one day when the time is right, I do hope to find that special someone and settle down and start a family. I'm truly excited about the idea of being a father and passing on the stories and legacies that we have begun to write here today. I believe in working hard and striving for the life you want rather than settling for the life that you have. I pay my bills on time and I pump my own gas. I support myself, but I believe that sometimes asking for help is okay too. I'm here today in support of adding the 4 words sexual orientation and gender identity to the existing Idaho Human Rights Act. I believe that everyone deserves respect and the freedom to work hard and support themselves without fear. I believe that everyone deserves to be judged based on their work performance rather than their private lives. Almost 2 years ago, I began my own life-saving transition. I'm a trans male, which means I was born biologically female. But as you can see, I now live my life full-time as a man, because this is who I am. As a small child, the typical gender stereotypes just didn't fit. As I got older, it became more difficult to hide who I really was. But it wasn't until recently that the puzzle actually fell together. I discovered who I was. I need to clarify, though, I didn't choose this. I have yet to meet an individual of the LGBT community that chose this life. Friends and relatives walked out of my life. I discovered the bitter line of rejection within the church family. I watched as the ministries and the community that I was so actively involved in were lost to me. I struggled, and I continue to struggle with my faith after being told repeatedly that I was a mistake and an abomination to the God that I had served for years. The beautiful church I had once called home now regarded me as a stranger. No longer feeling welcome, I left. We're not here to stomp on anyone's religious beliefs, I promise you. However, religious freedom stops when it begins to encroach on the rights of others. Honestly, we just want to live our own lives and celebrate our own faiths. Isn't that what America's really all about? Within society, I faced a different type of rejection, a much more violent one. From simple name-calling to being full-on assaulted in a public restroom, I've been spit on, shoved, harassed. When applying for jobs, I've been refused interviews based on not fitting into company standards, despite my experience and qualifications. But why I'm not violent, I'm not abusive, I work hard. And if I found you on the street tomorrow, I would do everything I could to help you. I'm a good person. We are good people. What makes us deserve less than the freedom of a life well lived? I believe that we can work together to resolve the fears and the misunderstandings that have arisen from this bill. Ladies and gentlemen, when you think about it, what harm could possibly come from allowing a group of dedicated individuals to succeed and contribute to a society that we love? We only want what's best for this economy like you do. And really, we're not going anywhere. Wouldn't it be better to work together rather than in opposition? We matter. I matter. Add me, add the words. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you very much. Ray Salmon? Stay up there. It looks like we don't have Ray Salmon here. Pro-Life, followed by Jeff Estes. let's go to that point. Please be as brief as you can.
Okay, my name is Pro-Life. I'm a farmer in Gem County. I'm the father of 15 children. I have about 30 or 31 grandchildren. I can't keep track yet, but we've heard a lot of testimony today here, and I want to offer the solution to all of this. The solution is this: like the boy over in Pocatello that went up on the ski course and shot himself. If he would have had Christian brothers that would protect him, that would not have happened. It's not governmental laws that are going to make a change in this. It's an individual responsibility, our conscience. If I'd had a boy in Pocatello that heard about Ryan, I'd have said to my boy, you go get next to him. Tell him he's wrong. Heavenly Father does not want him to be gay, but you protect him. Now that is the solution. It's not legislation. And I'm going to ask this group, these representatives, to pass this bill, even if they're opposed to it, because I want every member of the House of Representatives to vote on this. We've not had accountability on this for 7 or 8 years. I'm totally opposed to this legislation, and I have never been able to testify. In 7 or 8 years, I've asked my representatives if I could come and testify to have this add the words. They refuse. They say, well, it's not going to pass. Well, maybe it's not going to pass. But this is one of the most best things we have had, to listen to all of these people. And you all know that. Now, for these people that say that God made them sexually the way they are, that is a lie. God does never make anyone evil, wrong, sexually confused. Never. He's our Father in heaven. He has a Son, Jesus Christ. He's not the significant spouse in heaven. Now, when you come from a pre-existent state and you've had sinful thoughts, sinful ideas, orientation, you carry that here. You die and you continue that. I believe in reincarnation. I'm one of the few Christians that do that. You can come back and you can be gay if you go out of this life in a sexually confused way. Or say if you're you'll try anything kind of sexual, trisexual. There's a lot of those kind of people. They don't show up here too much. But anyway, I'm telling you that today is the day, if you're inclined to commit adultery, if you're inclined to fornicate, our Father in heaven does not want you to do that. He wants you to this day choose that you will forever follow His law. Now, I hate to hear that 40% of some group commit suicide. And it's up to us Christians to stop that. Not by passing laws, but by being good to these people. Yes, and that means discriminating against them if we need to. If you're bisexual, that is not a sexual orientation. That's just lust. Now, you can't legislate Christian attitude and motive. It's impossible. God wants us to love each other. And we have to tolerate each other. And we have to always teach each other His law. If we pass this bill, it will become the lawyers' financial enhancement law. I don't know what else to say. I should say this, that I'm one of the few Christians that try to always go to the gay rallies. I have a nice big sign, it's about this size, and it says, "Be thankful your mother was not gay." And they all take pictures of that. And I'm telling you, if you want to be a responsible Christian, you'll come with us. There's very few of us, and you'll go to their rallies, tell them you love them, and ask them to repent and go straight and have babies. And that's about all I can offer to you, but I know I'm right about this. God bless us all that we'll get our heads straight.
Are there questions? Thank you. Jeff Estes? Yes. So he will return tomorrow? We'll make sure that we make a note of that. We're getting behind here. Avery Luthens. Luthens? Stephen, I'm not going to try the last name, from Wilder. Janelle Winterstein. Avery?
My name is Avery Luthens. I live in Nampa, Idaho. Thank you, Chairman and Committee, for allowing us this opportunity to come and discuss these issues. There are many reasons that adding the words sexual orientation and gender identity to our existing Non-Discrimination Act is necessary for Idaho. Currently, there are no protections for people like me in this state. I am a stay-at-home dad of 4 girls and a returning student. I have lived in Idaho for several years. My family loves this state. I am also a transgender male. You may have already heard many definitions, I've listened, on what this means, but I usually define it for myself as I was born with what's considered a female body. My brain didn't match that. I've been undergoing the medical process, which is pretty slow, of changing my body to match my mind. The American Psychology Association agrees with that process. That is how you fix this issue. This is not a deviancy. It's a medical condition. I exist. I will always exist. And to clarify something else earlier, like I was just saying, this isn't a choice for me. This was a choice between me living my life as a man who I was or not living at all. So with that, I'll go into, despite the fact that I am a father and a student, I am unsafe. When I went to write this statement, I struggled to find a time to specifically talk about poor treatment, since I had been very lucky living here. I did, however, remember all the things that I do not do. I don't use public restrooms, I cannot change in a locker room, and I rarely go out with friends. I am also no longer welcome at my church because of who I am. These public spaces that belong to all Idahoans are not safe for me. Just last Saturday, I went out to get a beer in Maryann with my girlfriend and 2 other couples who we hang out with frequently. We broke tradition, and instead of driving to the gay bar out in Boise, we chose to stay close to home. After arriving at this local establishment, we were immediately followed to the dance floor by security. This individual began harassing my friend who was dancing with her wife and several other straight couples. Many couples were dancing, but the security guard did not leave the floor. Almost an hour before closing, he turned on the fluorescent lights, signaling it was time to go. He then flanked a waitress who removed our things, cleaned our table, and told us to have a good night. The many heterosexual couples that were still on the dance floor looked confused, headed to the dark side of the bar, not really sure why the lights were on. Music was still playing. It was not closing time. We left before we ever ordered the beer we came for. It was very, very clear we were not welcome there. We drove home to relieve our babysitter as stories like this poured from all of our friends. I was reminded of the times that teachers have treated my girls differently after my kindergarten corrected her teacher that I was her dad and not her mom. Or every time I show my ID to an officer and he becomes annoyed or aggressive instead of helpful, sensitive, when he sees that I have an M on my license plate and not an F. Or the time that my girlfriend feared she may lose her job as a nurse because her coworker found out she was dating me. Changing the Non-Discrimination Act would not make Idaho perfect, but it would start a culture in Idaho that says it is wrong to treat hardworking Idahoans poorly because of their perceived sexual orientation or gendered identity. I do not believe Idahoans are evil or nasty people. This would simply protect us for when harm is done, and I stand here saying today that harm is being done. It is a time to take a stand and say that our gay and transgender family is important, and people like me and my friends deserve to be treated fairly. We just want to be treated like everyone else. Please include us in this non-discrimination act. Thank you.
Are there questions? Being none, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen from Wilder. Janelle Winterstein. Let's try Cindy Atwood. You're Janelle?
Yes.
Just a second while we get a couple more on deck here. Cindy Atwood, Daryl Yandel, Ronda Lee Linsenman, and Sisto Zavala, I think. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, I am very pleased to be able to give testimony before you. My name is Janelle Winterstein. Before I go on, I want to thank a couple of people and mention what I've seen. Representative Lorcher, almost 2 years ago, I was privileged to see you give a talk on affordable care. You're not really that happy about it, but you presented both sides fairly. I was impressed. Representative McCroskey, I remember vividly when you came to the block, hunting for our votes, and I did vote for you, and it's a pleasure to see you here.
Thank you.
And Representative Luker, I owe you a vote of thanks. Because of the two bills that you put forth last year, then I sat in the gallery of the House of Representatives for 2 weeks and watched you, and I enjoyed that immensely. I also saw you at the end of those 2 weeks stand up with Representative Grant Burgoyne and cooperate on some housekeeping that probably need to be done and do it across the aisle. I always am pleased to see that. Now, I live at 3408 here in Boise. I've lived there for 33 years, and my sexuality is lesbian. I've been with a partner for 33 years. Now, do I need to hang over this, or can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay. I've seen children born on both sides of my family, mine and my partner's, and I've seen them grow up to become productive adults. Now, I know that Boise is considered one of Idaho's bastions of liberal thinking. However, I've worked a wide variety of jobs in my life, in retail, as a nurse's aide, in landscaping, and even some janitorial. I've worked with people I respected very much who didn't always have a lot of money or even huge amounts of education. I respect them. They talked to me honestly about their lives, and I told them about mine. I have always been out, which is to say I did not hide my sexuality. I didn't announce it immediately, but as I talked about my life, my colleagues figured it out, and all I had to say eventually was, yes, you're correct. People like to be correct. Now, transgender, back in the early 70s, I wasn't really familiar about, so we all had to learn about that together. But we're talking about a time when the word LGB hadn't even been coined, when you never heard about lesbians unless it was one of the talk shows, like Oprah and one of the others. Now, I am retired, and as most retired people do, I still work part-time. But I'm here to tell you, I have lived an open life in Idaho. 95% or more of the people I have met have had no problem with my sexuality. Some of them were a little put off when they met me, but that did not last. my coworkers, my neighbors, the family my partner was born to, while they were sometimes taken aback by my openness, respected it. And I hope that all of you listening to me today are glad of this and feel that that is the way that anybody who lives in Idaho or any other state should be able to live. But nevertheless, I'm here to ask you to add the legal designation of gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender to the Idaho Human Rights Act, so that when there is an issue, whether it be job, whether it have to do with housing, whether it be an attack against one of us, any of us, that we have a legal way to address it. Now, I have met people here as part of the LGBT community who have not lived as happily and as safely in Idaho as I have. And I have been brushed by at least one episode, but it never turned into a problem because I had neighbors who supported me. Now it's up to you, Mr. Chairman, and all the members of this committee to add these legal protections. I am here to tell you that if my experience, my life experience is any guide, most of your constituents would prefer that you do add this to the Human Rights Act. I know you've heard some very fierce and vocal testimony asking you not to do this. And I believe you're hearing testimony from people who truly believe that to grant these protections would be detrimental to their lives, their children, their businesses, and their churches. But keep in mind, sometimes the fiercest and most emotional testimony, where real as an individual is not the truest. The most persistent testimony is apt to be the most realistic. My belief that adding these protections to the Idaho Human Rights Act would be a just and rational act to most of Idaho might sound fantastical to you. However, it's based on my working life within this state and not on a professional life, but on a life that was considered blue collar. This ends my testimony. I do have a copy for the official record. I have copies for any of you who care for one. And I am open to questions that you, Mr. Chairman, or any of the members of the committee would like to ask.
Are there questions? Thank you for your being here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Jordan.
I have one question for Ms. Winterstein.
Would you respond to a question, Ms. Winterstein?
Yes? Oh, sorry.
We have someone late asking a question. Representative Jordan?
Oh. Yes, I understand Susan Chu worked for you, and she was very happy when you won.
Thank you. Well, I'm just as happy, too. She was a great volunteer. I love my job. And I cannot imagine someone as precious as you going without protections here in Idaho. So I do hope that we'll have great testimonies like this and continue on. But I do just want to ask a simple question, and that is, do you pay taxes?
What taxes are you talking about? I don't own property, so I don't pay property taxes.
Employment taxes?
Say that again?
Employment taxes, or are you retired? You paid taxes while employed by the state or any other entity within the state?
Why, yes. I have a seasonal job at Christmas. And I have worked for a used bookstore in town and am on call for them at any time I need.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Winterstein.
Thank you. Cindy Atwood, Daryl Ann Yandel, Ronda Lee Linseman, Sisto Zavala. I'm going way out on a limb pronouncing some of this stuff. Go ahead.
Okay. My name's Daryl Ann Yandel. I'm from Mountain Home. And I want to thank you for having this hearing on an issue that has been of concern to some Idahoans for several years. It is important for elected officials to give heed to concerns raised even by small groups within the general population. 9 years ago, when the issue of adding the words sexual orientation and gender identity was initiated, the attitude of the general population was much different than it is today, and the current request may result more from a historically felt need than a present-day reality. What I am asking is that this committee consider only those verifiable events which have occurred in Idaho in the last couple years when determining the need for House Bill 2. Should you come to the conclusion that such an addition to existing law is necessary, I ask that you also consider an amendment before bringing the bill forward that protects the religious rights of a minority of other Idahoans who will be negatively affected by this legislation. For those who believe that same-gender sex has been forbidden by God, provision needs to be made so that they are not forced to accept the perceived moral wrong into their home, such as when they rent out a room or a basement, or in a bed or breakfast where the family and the guests intermix in the same rooms. A second provision would need to be that the to keep people from being forced under this law to participate through various services such as photography, food preparation, entertainment, and events celebrating what they believe to be morally wrong. Although these two groups differ in belief and lifestyle, I believe Idaho is large enough and its people noble enough to accept and accommodate the differences. The two groups themselves can hardly expect to be able to live according to their own unique standards and not grant the same right to the other group. I also want to add two issues that have come up tonight that I've heard that concern me. One is someone said that you need to take a side. I don't believe that is what you're here for. You don't choose sides between one part of your constituency against another. You're here to referee so that one group does not overrun another. The second is that you are to legislate morality. That is not what you do. You legislate for ethics, for what man to man, not God to man. That is for churches and synagogues to declare. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you. Ronda Lee Linsman, Sisto Zavala. Let me get a couple more on deck here. Donna Young, Michael Kelly, and Kinston Richardson. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. Thank you so much for offering this time to us. Add the words, short, concise, catchy phrase, human rights makes us all feel so included because after all, we are so human. But I would like to say that sexual orientation and gender identification, it's fine. Let them live their lives any way they choose, but it is a self-identifiable trait. This is nothing that as I walk amongst my fellow beings up and down the street, how do I identify who those folks might be? How do I know who I cannot offend? Are they going to voluntarily choose to somehow self-identify? So those of us who don't want to make it our mission in life to identify who they are, we have no purpose in wanting to do that, of course, unless you're interviewing as an employer. But if you're a fellow employee, it's not something I want to ferret out. And in just kind of a snarky little way, I would submit that one of the unintended consequences of this is my children talk about stalking and Facebook stalking and, out on the internet stalking people and what they're about. This will turn us into something of self-preservationists and stalkers. We will be profilers of someone else's sexual proclivities. And that's not a new duty I want to take on in this world. I have enough that I have on my plate. So I would just submit that no amount of human rights activism will ever solve the problem of human nature. If you choose first and foremost to identify your life by your sexual orientation identity, then you are free to do so. Whether we be gay, lesbian, heterosexual, married, single, young, old, smart, or not so smart, we experience problems, discrimination. Life is a problem. It always has been, always will be. So trying to create this Pandora's box for this particular issue, I think, is just not right, and it will open that Pandora's box. And just for those of you who believe in lifelong learning, if you have never enjoyed the satire of Animal Farm, I do have several copies I'll leave out with my testimony, but I do want you to know that this reminds me of this situation today. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you. Sisto Zavala, I hope I haven't massacred your last name there.
You said that perfect. Sisto Zavala, yes, sir.
How lucky can you get?
Hey.
Let me make sure we got some others on deck. Donnie Young, Michael Kelly, Kinston Richardson. Go ahead.
All right, Chairman and committee, I just want to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity and not having to scream at my television set, being able to talk it out here in front of with you.
Well, we hope you won't scream at us.
All right, I will not, absolutely not. Once again, I'm appreciative of what you guys have done here for us today. Well, I'm from Oregon, Portland, Oregon native, and I moved here about 8 years ago. And I am actually a pastor. I have a congregation out in Weiser, Idaho. And when I heard that we were going to have the opportunity to say something, I drove on over here with my wife because, once again, I appreciate that. There is a lot that this is going to affect. Some people say that I fear what is going to happen. I don't fear. I actually would prefer that you guys do not vote yes on this. Please vote no. Not out of fear, but out of concern for my daughter, for the families that I watch over, of what's coming and what's going to happen. This is the first step, but there's more to the agenda than just doing this. There's more to it. And so what I see are things like this. As a minister and as a pastor and as an ambassador for the kingdom of heaven, I am against gay marriage. So that's fine. I can believe that, right? I can believe that. But what happens when somebody comes to my congregation and asks me to marry them and I can't do that because first, God says so, and that's who I answer to, and then my conscience says so. My conscience says that that's wrong, and I'm not going to do that. Then what's going to happen when somebody decides that they're going to sue me and sue my church for everything that we have because I said no, that I can't do that? God is a God of choice. He does not impose His will on us. I can choose to be a Christian. I can choose not to. I can choose to accept Him. I can choose not to. But I have that choice, and God is a God of free will. And what I see is things trying to be imposed to what I believe and how I want to live. So it can affect my church because that can happen, and it's happening. It's happened. There's already cases of it in Coeur d'Alene. We've seen that. Also in Colorado. on our Twitter feed for Add the Words, people say, what does it have to do about cakes? Well, you're right. What does it have to do about cakes? But it seems to be an issue when somebody goes to buy a cake and somebody says no. They can't say no anymore without in fear of getting sued. I mean, who's going to want to start a business? That puts you in fear of not wanting to start a business, because if I say no, that means I'm automatically going to get sued and it's going to shut down, and that's what happened in Portland already. So these things have already happened. It isn't like we're making this up. In Houston, there was a group of pastors who were getting subpoenaed their sermons because they were going against men going into women's bathrooms and women going into men's bathrooms, which is incorrect. I want to let you know that I would be absolutely outraged and am if my daughter would have been in that bathroom out there and there would have been a man coming out of that. That's absolutely wrong to me. My daughter's 12 years old. Is that okay? We're not born this way. I mean, somebody said that we're born this way. No, we're not. Well, if we're born this way, if they say that they're born that way, well, then I used to be a drug addict. Was I born that way? I used to steal. I was born that way, and that's okay? It wasn't okay to the law-abiding citizens who I was stealing from. And so, not only is it going to affect our churches, it's going to affect our businesses, our bathrooms. It's going to affect that and our families, as it already has. And I pray and I just believe and I just hope that you will vote no. Some people didn't know what to think of me because of the color of my skin walking in. Well, he's Mexican or maybe black, right? A little bit darker. So he has to be on the left side. But no, I want to let you know that I am Hispanic, and I've had to deal with some of these things because of the color of my skin. But it's okay, because I love the United States and I love America. I've been to Mexico. I come here and I kiss the ground because we're blessed here. And we get to vote. And I have a place here. But the color of my skin isn't a choice. This is how I was born. But being gay or whatever it is that you're claiming to be, that is a choice. And I just, once again, I just pray that you say no and that you vote no on this. Coming from an up-and-coming pastor who just started, and I don't want to look one day and realize that I'm going to go to jail because I don't want to marry somebody that isn't male and female. And that's where it's going to. So I thank you for taking the time to hear me. I hope you guys got some coffee and water back there, because I think we're in for a long day, but I appreciate you guys, and thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Pastor?
Mr. Zavala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Pastor. I don't stand in your shoes, and when you stand before God, I don't have to answer for what you have to answer for. But listening to you talk and hearing you reference what happened in Houston with when I believe it was the mayor took office, began to ask for pastors' sermons. What does that do to you as a pastor? Is that a concern to you as a pastor here in the state of Idaho?
You know, it wasn't, but it is now, because I didn't think I'd see the day that this was happening. And it is a concern, because from here until the day I die, once again, as a representative of the kingdom of God, I'm not going to do that, whether the law says that I have to or not. And it does concern me, and it doesn't make me feel well. And I don't hate anybody, sir. I don't hate anybody, but we do have to have some morality. And and you know, I don't. If I think I'm going to go to jail because I say no to something, I mean, who wants to grow up and be a pastor, right? Who wants to grow up and do a business if that's going to be an issue? So it does concern me, and it does. Once again, I just thank you for letting me voice that here today, you guys. Appreciate it.
Further questions? Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pastor Zabala,
Yes, ma'am.
have you read the Idaho Code?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of the Idaho statute?
I don't. No, I haven't.
Okay. I would like to just encourage you to read those, both the statute, Title 73 of the General Code Provisions, Chapter 4, which actually explicitly explains and lays out that you do have religious exemptions.
No, I know. I don't have to read it to know that. Okay, that I have religious exemption, because I have that now with certain taxes, right? But in Houston, they do also, and yet their sermons are getting subpoenaed. So what's going on there? And I want to let you know, you're right, ma'am, I should have read that. But I just heard that there was an opening, and I came over here. Actually, I'm sad that I didn't get the full aspect, because I love coming in knowledgeable. But I will read it, but that still doesn't change the fact that I'm sure that's what went on. It's still okay in Houston that they're a religious exemption, but they still tried to get bullied by the mayor of the city.
Mr. Chairman, there's no argument on my behalf. It's just to make you aware that there are provisions both in the bill and in the, the Title 73 General Code provision.
Yeah, and once again, I understand that, but what I'm saying is the way it's going, that can be absolutely overlooked, and that's my issue. And I thank you for telling me that.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Donnie Young, Michael Kelly, Kinston Richardson. Let me get some more on deck. Daryl Ford, Bronson, Herrera.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Donnie Young, and I'm here to give you my views on why not to add the words gender identity or sexual orientation. They should not be added to our state Human Rights Act. By adding these words, you are in fact discriminating against every person who has closely held religious beliefs and in God's holy word. Adding the words will do more harm than good. As you have heard about the bakers in Oregon and Colorado and the florists in Washington and Colorado and many other examples where this law did more harm to the communities than good by destroying businesses, therefore eliminating jobs, putting people out of business, is not good for anyone, not the state, not even the homosexuals. The bottom line is God's word says that lifestyle is an abomination. It also says those acts are a result of vile affections. When you give special protections and rights to any group of people who want to practice perverse acts, it won't be long before they want more. They got their marriage, now they want me to condone it. I've even heard pedophiles are trying to get protections for their acts against children. I don't think that was in the United States, but if it gets a foothold anywhere in the world, it won't be long before it's introduced here. When you legalize one perversion, more follow. An example is abortion. First, it was only legal in the first trimester, then the second trimester, and finally, when the baby's almost born, you can kill it. When's it going to stop? It's got to stop. Also, Washington and Colorado got their gay marriage. Then they needed medical marijuana, but that wasn't enough. Now they want everybody to get it legally. And for what? Like the guy said, money. Now they are bringing it to other states and selling it illegally. Please do not fall into the same trap as other states have. We do not need special rights for gays or lesbians to have good workers in the state or to have a robust economy. It will only cause damage to the state and to many people in it. Look at the economy of some of the other states who have put protections for gays. They're not in very good shape. Also, I have known homosexuals and I've worked with them, and they've never been discriminated against. And I've been friends with them, and I've gone out with them and socialized with them. Finally, we will all answer to God. God's law is the highest law you can go to, even higher than the Supreme Court. God's word says, woe to them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to them that are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight, which justify the wicked for reward and take away the righteousness of the righteous from him. Therefore, as the fire devours the stubble and the flame consumes the chaff, so their roots shall be as rottenness, and their blossom shall go up as the dust, because they have cast away the law of the Lord of hosts and despised the word of the Holy One of Israel. Remember God's words when you consider adding these words. God loves every one of us. He will not differentiate between gay or straight in the judgment. We will all stand in a judgment, the Bema judgment or the great white throne judgment. We all must repent, turn away from sinning, and believe in Jesus Christ and ask forgiveness for our sins, and ask him to be the Lord over every area of our lives. We must love God and Jesus above everything and want to live our lives to follow his laws, not our own. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Remember Sodom and Gomorrah? Life was going on as usual until the day it rained fire and they were all burned up. Instead of adding the words, we should be trying to save them from going to hell. Do not give approval to what God says is an abomination. We will all answer to God soon, because Jesus will be back soon, just as he said. Please do not add these words. Thank you.
Are there questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Kelly, Kinston Richardson. We're not doing too well here.
I'm Kirsten, not Kinston. My R
Well,
probably looked like an N.
looks like
I
an
know,
N.
my R's look like N's.
I apologize.
All right.
That's the toughest part of this job is reading handwriting.
I'm sure it is.
Let me get some more on deck here. Daryl Ford, Bronson Herrera, Clayton Kramer, Ronda Kramer, Linda Jean White, Craig Cobia. Go ahead.
All right. I really appreciate you having
Say your
this.
name for the record. So
Kirsten Richardson. I'm from Emmett Valley, over by Letha, little town. This is my second time speaking out on this issue because when they had this for the city council in Boise here, I was there to speak on that in this subject also. And I'd like to repeat what I said then. I was thinking about what we call natural law, or the law of if you do this, then you get a consequence over here. Now, I, as a Christian, believe that that is God's law. There is a reason why God has told us we shouldn't do certain things. We get a pretty immediate consequence for when we are sexually immoral. We have over 200 different sexually transmitted diseases now. Now, that's a pretty scary number. And just looking at this from the point of view of health, I see this as a big issue in the future if this passes. I also see that we don't want to talk about AIDS anymore. We used to. It used to be an epidemic, but now it's not anymore? I don't think so. The press doesn't want to talk about it. There is a more virulent form of AIDS I've just heard about, where the person dies within a year. And we don't hear about that either, do we? So just looking at it from a physical point of view, I say that this would be we cannot ignore that. We can't ignore the health of our children. And it's interesting, I talked about this too this last time. Back in the 80s, the government did a survey. They surveyed different groups of people. One of them was homosexual group. And of course, we've talked about how there's a much higher instances of suicide rate. The suicide rate is much higher. You could say it's because of other people that hate them, or however you want to put it. I say it's because our conscience that we all have tells us that it's wrong. And when we don't repent, we become depressed and many times commit suicide. Now, I was out in front of McDonald's protesting against how they were pushing the homosexual agenda. Anyway, so we were out there and we were telling people what was going on in the upper ups of McDonald's, and I had a couple lesbians come up to us. So it's because of people like you that we have several people we know that have committed suicide. And I said about the same thing to you that I said to them. I said they have a conscience. When they do something against their conscience that grievous, then it is against their nature. It's against our nature to do something that is that grievous against God's law. That's all I can say. Also, I'm here as a mother and as a grandmother. I want to protect my children and my grandchildren. And you know what? Where do you draw the line? There is no line drawn here. Bisexuality is okay. What's next? Like someone said, pedophilia is next. Hey, you've heard of NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association. And they're already saying, hey, we should bring that age down to 8 years old. We can't deny children their sexuality. That's the next thing that's going to be coming up here. So I say now, let's draw the line. It's time to draw the line for many reasons. Thank you.
Are there questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to do something a little bit unusual here. Next to speak will be Daryl Ford. Bronson Herrera. Clayton Kramer. Okay, now hold on a minute while we go through this. I have a whole list of folks here who have signed up to testify in opposition. I'm going to go through this entire list on this sheet, and if you desire to speak, please come up. Please keep it brief. We've got just a little over, we've got about an hour and 10 minutes left here today. We still have several from out of town that need to be able to visit with us. So if you would please respect that and make your remarks as brief as possible, be concise, so the committee can consider those. But let me read this list and come up to the front if you would. Daryl Ford, Bronson Herrera, Clayton Kramer, let's see, we already said that one. Ronda Kramer, Linda Jean White, Craig Cobia, and Derek Castle. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman and the State Affairs Committee, thank you for having us, give us a chance to speak. My name is Clayton Kramer. I live in Horseshoe Bend. I'm doing my best to be clear. I had a stroke in August, and it's taking a little while to get my speech back entirely. I moved here from the San Francisco Bay Area in 2001. I teach history at the College of Western Idaho. My specialization is constitutional history. My work has been cited in multiple decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court and many state Supreme Courts. I'm asking you to vote against HB 2 because it is an attempt to suppress what has been our country's tradition of tolerance of different religious beliefs and diversity with respect to laws. We have a long-standing American tradition of respecting that people's right to conscience sometimes requires them to not follow the same law that everyone else does. Colonial state governments often exempted members of pacifist denominations from the obligation to perform militia duty to prevent this conflict between religious beliefs and societal duties. Conscientious objector status was developed during World War II for that same reason, so that those who had a religious objection to war would not be required to go and fight. Congress more recently exempted Old Order Amish and Mennonites, among other denominations, from the requirement to pay Social Security taxes, again, based on the deeply held belief that insurance was contrary to their religion. The U.S. Supreme Court has on several occasions struck down fairly important state laws because, or federal laws because they were contrary to the religious beliefs of the people involved. Wisconsin v. Yoder in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Wisconsin's mandatory high school attendance law violated the rights of the Amish, who believed that such a law violated their way of life and their beliefs. And the court ruled that that freedom of religious worship was a fundamental right, and therefore the state could not simply go ahead and pass a law that destroyed that right. Similarly, more recently, the Hobby Lobby decision, 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that
requiring a business to cover contraception under its insurance was contrary to the business owner's religious principles and therefore violated the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993. HB2 obviously has problems in that area. But I think there's even a little bit more basic of an issue here. At the core of Add the Words is the assumption that sexual orientation is something that people are born with, like race and sex. I'm not persuaded of that, and I'm not persuaded that it's a matter of choice either. Over the last few years, quite a number of refereed journals have published papers demonstrating that non-heterosexuals are disproportionately victims of childhood sexual abuse. Archives of Sexual Behavior in 2013 published a paper that found that a history of sexual abuse predicted same-sex attraction, same-sex partners, and identity in a statistically significant way. The journal Child Abuse and Neglect published a paper in 2012 that found that lesbians were more than 3 times as likely to be child sexual abuse victims as heterosexual women, and the severity of that abuse was far more profound. A 2011 paper in American Journal of Public Health found that gay and bisexual adolescents were 2.9 times more likely to report childhood sexual abuse than straight adolescents. A pro-gay book that I ran into called Unequal Opportunity, Health Disparities Affecting Gay and Bisexual Men in the United States, published in 2008, summarized dozens of studies of childhood sexual abuse. They found that gay men were 2 to 6 times more likely to have been sexually abused than the general male population. This rate is similar to that of the sexual abuse rate for women, which is, of course, very, very high indeed. Now, there's quite a bit of evidence that homosexuals are disproportionately victims of childhood sexual abuse. Perhaps the high rates of suicide, substance abuse, and depression among gays aren't because of discrimination, but because of high rates of childhood sexual abuse, which obviously have a lot of those same side effects as an adult. And this may not account for all the reasons that people become gay, but we do need to allow for the possibility that this is a strong contributing factor. The state government, by passing this bill, will not address this deeper sociological problem, and it will force many business owners to violate their First Amendment rights. So please vote no on HB 2. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you. Ronda Kramer, Linda Jean White will be next. Craig Cobia.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Ronda Kramer, and thank you very much for convening this hearing. I live in Horseshoe Bend. I'm a concerned citizen and adjunct faculty member at the College of Western Idaho. I'm also the worship leader at Covenant Community Church, but I am not a native of Idaho. When I first moved here in 2001, I was warned to change my car's license plates immediately. Californians were not really welcomed here, as it turned out, and this was surprising to me because I thought I'd moved within the boundaries of America. I stood in line at Walmart, and I overheard a cashier saying to the customer, this is the truth, I could not make this up, and she said, I quote, "Californians are like aliens. They're everywhere, but we don't know who they are." My neighbor would not let her son hang out with my son for fear, I assumed at the time, of my son's negative influence. Another native, upon finding out that I was from California, said, and I quote, "We should have gut shot you at the border," close quote. Despite such a warm welcome, did I have trouble finding a job? No. I have been able to find gainful employment for the last 10 years that I've been living in Idaho. Have I been actively discriminated against? No. Aside from some rude comments, I've been able to enjoy living here. I have asked myself, why did I receive, when I first came here, such a reception? Native Idahoans were afraid that I would bring my California craziness and change their state to suit my needs. California has a reputation, whether real or imagined, and I had to face that. But then again, why did I leave California? The city where I lived in Northern California, about 1 hour north of the Bay Area, where there was a planning commission and they refused to issue any more building permits to churches. And the quote of one of the council members was, "There are already enough of them." They removed the cross on the city's seal because they no longer wanted to limit this city to have that reputation of being influenced by churches. When my friend's son brought his Bible to school for a reading day, he was told he could not bring that book to school. When my daughter's class in kindergarten wanted to sing Christmas carols and a little classmate suggested Away in a Manger, she was told immediately by the teacher that this was illegal. Afterwards, when I confronted this teacher, she told me that there was a city ordinance that prohibited singing Christmas carols with Jesus in the lyrics. A school in our area put up meditation stones, but no praying in school was allowed. I came to Idaho and relished how little the government involves itself in the lives of its citizens. Quite the opposite from the government in my home state. I may not agree with everything that goes on here, but it appears that you have a tradition of live and let live. This House Bill 2 sounds remarkably like it's from the state of California. If you wish to preserve Idaho's unique stance of letting people choose and keep the government small, I would recommend that you vote no on House Bill 2. Thank you very much.
Are there questions? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative McCrosty.
Thank you. Ms. Kramer, I feel a bit compelled just to verify a fact. You had stated that one of your local schools would not allow the students to sing Christmas carols.
That had Jesus' name in it.
And that surprises me. I've been a school teacher here in the state of Idaho for the last 12 years. I've taught in Mountain Home, in Gooding, and here in the city of Boise. I've taught music grades 5 through 12. And so I feel pretty informed with what schools are allowed to present, particularly during the holiday season. Would it surprise you to know that that the Constitution actually protects music teachers and their abilities to present Christmas carols as part of an approved music curriculum?
Sir, it could be that we're confused here. This is why I left the state of California. I did not mean to imply in any way that Idaho had such an ordinance. It was the city that we lived in Northern California that had an ordinance that prevented this. Now, my husband has since informed me that there was no ordinance on the books, but what was really very upsetting to me as a parent was and I was in the room at the time helping the kids while she was playing the piano, she turned to the little girl and screamed at her, "That's illegal," when this little girl asked to sing Away in a Manger. And I was shocked by that because I would agree that in celebrating the holidays, that viewpoint would be represented adequately in music, and it was not in the state that I'm from.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up clarifying question. So you would agree then that the religious protections are still available in the classroom for students to learn Christmas carols as part of an approved music curriculum?
I'm not familiar, sir, with the laws in Idaho. I'm going to assume yes. I was shocked that my state at least had this teacher under the impression that having those kind of carols being sung was somehow illegal. And that was one of many reasons why we left the state of California, was not to bring California and implant it into Idaho's values, but to move to a state where our values lined up more with the state that we lived in.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Linda Jean White. Craig Cobia. Derek Castle. Let me get a couple more on deck here. Danielle Lungren. Walt Baze. Yeah. You'll be on deck here. Timothy Sterling. Those will all be on deck here, so go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your time in allowing testimony on this bill. My name is Derek Castle. I live in Caldwell. I'm a small business owner, and though it is likely to cost me some business, I am here in opposition to this bill. And that really is the main point that I'm here to make. I will likely lose business because I oppose this bill. People may choose not to purchase my services because they don't like what I think, and they are well within their rights to look elsewhere if they don't want to do business with me. I'm here to ask for that same right. When I'm next in the market for some labor and would like to hire someone to work for me, why may I not hire whomever I will for whatever reason? Why are their rights superior to mine? Or to look at it another way, as an independent contractor, what should I do the next time someone chooses not to buy my services? If I suspect that it's because I've chosen to be straight, will I have the right to sue them and force them to hire me for that job? Will I be able to use the courts to ruin their lives? I've been thinking a lot about rights recently. When the Declaration of Independence was drafted by Thomas Jefferson, he did an amazing and somewhat novel thing by listing specific rights common to all people. But why did he do that? Who was he afraid would infringe on those rights? The answer is that he was afraid of the government or of a majority taking away his rights. Here in Idaho, we have the Human Rights Act for the same reason, so that no government and no majority can take away specific rights that we have. If this bill passes, that concept will be turned on its head. Here, as we've seen across the nation in news stories, the law will be used to force individuals to bow to the will of a majority, and that majority will use the club of the government to enforce its will. The very document that was intended to ensure my religious rights will instead be used to take away that right. In conclusion, what we are really talking about is not simply adding words, but exchanging words, because a yes vote takes away the religious rights of all in favor of a lifestyle choice for some. No more, no less. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you, sir. Danielle Lungren, followed by Walt Baze, Timothy Sterling, and I'm going to mess this up. R.H. Neubauer will be on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for allowing us with this opportunity to come and speak to you and tell you our stories. My name is Danielle Lungren, and I stand before you in support of House Bill 2. I have 4 beautiful children, 2 boys and 2 girls. We live in Idaho Falls. I am a detective for one of the largest sheriff's offices in eastern Idaho. I began my law enforcement career in 1997, and I have been a detective for the last 6 years. During that time, I have specialized in crimes against children, domestic violence. Oh, I am a transgender woman. I transitioned on the job. And if you're not familiar with what that entails and what that means in that process, I had to go through psychological, mental, physical, medical, and legal changes to be able to change my gender. I was born this way. This is who I am. We are your neighbors. We are your friends. We are your coworkers. We are your family. We are those around you every day. It just so happens that I am the only out transgender cop in the state of Idaho. I know there are others like me because they have reached out to me in private and in secret. Many expressing fears because they've seen the way that I have been treated just for being who I am. The fear of job loss, the fear of family, the fear of housing loss. I recently had to search for an apartment, and that was a very real fear, having to explain, even though every piece of identification I have, from my Social Security card, my driver's license, my sheriff's office ID, all of my medical records state that I am legally, lawfully female, the same as all you other women here. And yet every day, myself and those like me live in fear of public persecution for doing something so simple, so basic. Every human being, every animal on the planet does every day. We use the bathroom. The opposition would have you believe that if this bill passes, that throngs of men are going to line up at women's bathrooms to attack women and children. And it just simply does not happen. The fact being, if a pedophile wants to attack a child, they're going to do it. They're not going to use this bill. This bill will give no added access to our children and to our women. And there's already laws in place. There's laws to protect against voyeurism. There's laws to protect against rape. There's laws to protect against child abuse. Those laws would cover those situations. Myself and people like me, we have one goal and one goal in mind only. We want to go into the bathroom, do what needs to be done, and go out quickly, quietly, and in peace. Dr. Martin Luther King, and I'll paraphrase one of his quotes, "The law cannot make a man love me, but it can sure help to stop him from lynching me." I ask you to ponder that as you think about the vastness of the situation at hand. I work every day to help protect my communities, this state's women and children, from violence, from abuse, from oppression. I would never advocate anything that would put them in harm's way. I ask you to look at me as I stand before you, myself. Where would you have me go to the bathroom? A closet where I'm out of sight and out of view from everyone else? Or just not at all, which physically isn't possible? I'm good enough every day to put my life on the line for the citizens of this community. Every person in this room, every person that has spoke, every member of our great state, I am willing and I'm good enough to put my life on the line for them. Am I not good enough to use a simple facility such as a restroom in peace? We just want to be productive members of society. We want to be given the respect that we earn based on our merits as members of society. I urge you to help protect myself and those like me. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you. Walt Baze. Let me get the rest here. Timothy Sterling. R.H. Neubauer. Curtis Bowers. Mr. Baze, welcome. Please keep it as short as you possibly can. It's getting late. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Walt Baze. I'm a retired minister. I've got some scripture to read because it tells you where I'm getting my word from. I try not to use my judgment. I try to use the Word of God because He knows what He's talking about. We're in Romans chapter 1, verse 21. Because that when they knew God, they glorified Him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imagination, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into the image made like to corruptible man, and to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. I don't know how to put it, but to whomsoever you yield yourself, you are His servant. When a person begins to look away from the way that God created man and woman and begins to serve lusts, and that's all it is, I honestly can't understand how a normal man can be excited over another man's figure. It's absolutely beyond me. And it's not like I'm short of sex. I have one wife. I have 8 sons. I have 8 daughters. I have over 80 grandkids and great-grandkids. So it's not like I don't understand something about sex. I was a pastor. I still occasionally do wedding service. Most of the wedding services that people want me to do are people who don't want to put out any money. And as a pastor, it was my belief that I had a calling to do these things. And you don't charge for callings. My wife worked as a midwife. And in all those years, I never knew of her taking a dime for the work she did. I had one man come to me and he said, "Now, Brother Baze," he said, "your wife saved me thousands of dollars. How can I repay her?" I said, "You can't repay her. She was paid when God saved her soul and called her." I said, "If you really want to make her feel good, go buy her a 5-pound block of cheese and tell her thank you." I don't know how to put it, but as I'm standing here, my calling from God gives me an answer. If a homosexual wants me to marry him, I've got to tell him, from my understanding of the Scripture, you are going to hell, and your only way out of this is to accept Jesus Christ and repent and stop the garbage. You say, "Brother Walt, what if they're going to sue you?" I guess they'll have to sue me. My dad said if you can't get blood out of a tournament, and my mother said you can't... It's got away from me. But
I get that a lot myself.
Folks, I don't want some woman that thinks she's a man in my bathroom. My wife don't need some guy that thinks he's a woman in her bathroom.
Sir, you're getting awfully close to the line here.
Well, praise God. We need to come to some sense. Reach out and pray about these things and what the Scripture says it means. The whole country right now is in a mess. We've got a Supreme Court that's making laws. And it thinks it's a Supreme Court. I don't know how to explain this, but I asked Labrador the other day. I said, if the Supreme Court actually goes to hell, do we have to follow it down there? You know, he kind of acted aggravated for a minute, and then he said, no, we don't. But if we're not careful, that's what we're going to do. I want to encourage you to think about these things and remember that our relationship with God is more important than anything else. And the only way this country is going to overcome its problems is given to us in 2 Chronicles. If my people, which are called by my name, anyway, if they'll, boy, it almost got away from me. If my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I'll hear from heaven, and I will heal their land and forgive their sins. There is no way that this country can regain its place as a real nation until we repent. And that is the same with every one of us. We're all born in sin. We have to repent of our sin. We have to accept the Lord Jesus Christ. And I'm not talking about accepting a baby in a cradle or a man on a cross. I'm talking about a man who told us he was the way, the truth, and the life. The way, the truth, and the life that I'm supposed to live. And that's my Jesus. Are there any questions?
Are there questions? Thank you, sir. Timothy Sterling. Next will be R.H. Neubauer. After that will be Curtis Bowers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for hearing me. My name is Timothy Sterling. I come from Caldwell. I am a private citizen, and I believe the committee should vote no on this bill. To forestall some questions, I do pay taxes, and within the realm of secular jurisprudence, no, I do not believe my religion is better than anyone else's. Now, going on, this bill seeks to set gender identification or sexual orientation on an equal footing with race, color, and creed, etc. I contend that these are a choice people make. It's an earth-shaking, cataclysmic choice, but it is a choice nonetheless. The same is to not eat meat, to get tattoos, piercings, drink, plastic surgery, smoke tobacco, or any of those other things. Those are all socially accepted, but they are not protected. The anti-discrimination laws are there to guard people from bias against them from what they are, not the lifestyle they choose to follow. I am a heterosexual, and with my wife, I've had 11 children. But unless I bring it up, my sexual orientation does not enter into the conversation. My brother was a homosexual, and he died because of the lifestyle. But he never suffered discrimination that I am aware of because he wouldn't bring it up. Now, this happened more than 20 years ago when it was not as open. Things are not as open as they are now. I personally believe the homosexual lifestyle is wrong according to the Bible, and I think any moderately literate person who reads Romans chapter 1 would have to seriously twist the words to introduce any ambiguity to them. Any lifestyle contrary to what God has called us to always carries a penalty, and there are many people who have suffered terrible tragedies that have nothing to do with gender identity or sexual orientation. I believe adding these categories to the law will only add confusion and unnecessary complication to an already overburdened legal system. There are already laws on the books dealing with assault and unfair business practices. In the situations described, these should have been enforced. Several years ago, some teenagers in our area shot up our house with paintballs, mistakenly because they believed a gay person lived there. They were dealt appropriately by the law, dealt with appropriately. People are going to be part of the LGBT lifestyle, and they have been since the flood of Noah and before. It is wrong to mistreat anyone, but I think that passing this bill would be the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. R.H. Neubauer. Curtis Bowers. Let's put some others up here on deck. David Lincoln and Chelsea Lincoln. Come up and sit in these chairs up here if you were, so we can save some time. Go ahead, Mr. Bowers.
My name is Curtis Bowers, and I'm just an independent citizen. To be quite honest, sitting here all day today with you, I know you're exhausted, and many things have been repeated multiple times by concerned citizens on both sides of the issue. To be quite honest, I've almost lost interest in this issue to some level, being here from just hearing the blasphemous talk about the God of the Bible and what he stands for, what he believes. Christianity is something you can take or you can leave, but you cannot put your own beliefs and plug it into it, because it's the only religion in the world that God himself gave the people a book and told them exactly what his principles were. And again, you might like them, you may not like them, that's your choice. But to pull him into your actions and trying to justify what you're doing is quite offensive, and it's inappropriate. And so I would briefly say to you, representatives, those of you that are Republicans, last night I was reading the Idaho Republican platform, hadn't read it in several years, and I think you know, if you chose to run as a Republican, what that platform is all about. I hope that you were honest when you ran as a Republican, and that you really believed and held true and held dear those values that it talks about. And if you did, then I know you know in your heart that a minimum of 80% of the people in your district that voted for you based on you standing up for that platform and defending their rights would absolutely be in opposition to this amendment, which goes completely against all the values of the Idaho Republican platform. And so I simply ask you to be faithful to your campaign promises. It's very easy during campaign season to talk about limited government and lower taxes and traditional values to get people's votes. But if then you go in and do not represent those from people that are too busy to come here daily, to be watching their rights, to be watching their liberties, and to be defending themselves, that's the whole reason you are here. And so I ask you to take that role seriously. I ask you to not betray them by being swayed by anything I or anyone else here has to say. For every one of us that's here today, I just last week alone, I contacted 500 of my friends that were not able to be here because they have a job, they have a family, they don't have the luxury of skipping work to pay their bills. They can't do that. And so they said, would you go for us? I said, okay, I'll do that. I will skip work to do that. And so I think a good question whenever you pursue a course down any road is to go, where are we headed? Many times people think, well, how can you tell where you're headed? But usually history is a very good compass to where we are going. This type of law was passed decades ago in Europe. Okay, so we don't have to guess where this road leads or where it ends or where will we be 10 years from now. We don't have to guess that. And let me tell you, today in France, It is against the law, punishable by a 5,000 euro fine, which is about 6,500 US dollars, to even encourage a woman not to have an abortion. Okay? That is against the law. Just about a month ago, Dr. Xavier Dorr, an 85-year-old medical doctor, got a 10,000 euro fine, about 13,000 US dollars, for handing a pair of baby shoes to a lady that was walking toward a Planned Parenthood. That is all he did. He didn't try to obstruct her, didn't try to stop her, and that's where it ended. That is where we are going. Government will dictate all acceptable thoughts, beliefs, and convictions for those who refuse to submit. They will be fined or jailed. I urge you to oppose this bill and start spending time on bills that will keep your campaign promises of limited government, lower taxes, and traditional values. As a Christian, again, this issue, as I sat here and heard just falsehoods, half-truth, and lies of crystal clear what the Bible says. There is no one that could not read the Bible, Genesis to Revelations, and come up with the conclusion, 100% certainty, that God is not in favor of homosexuality. Period. That is, so you cannot pull him into this. If you want to be a homosexual anyway, great. Do whatever you like. But do not pull my God into this. You have no right to do that. That is blasphemous to say he is the author of sin. That defies his very character. But I'll tell you this too. The reason he is against it is not because he is evil and mean and intolerant and hateful. It's because he is the creator. He knit each one of you that are here, that are transgender, are homosexual, lesbian, all the different titles, and I'm sure there'll be more in the future. He knit you together inside your mother's womb. King David tells us that in the Bible. He loves you. That's why he died on the cross for you. We have all broken God's laws. I stand here a sinner, condemned, and I deserve punishment. Why? Because I have broken God's laws. If you've ever told a lie, you have broken God's laws. If you ever have taken anything, regardless of that, you have broken God's laws. If you've ever committed adultery, you've broken God's laws. If you've looked at pornography, if you've gotten drunk, if you've done all these different things, all of those rules are there from the hand of a loving God to protect us from ourselves, our very sin nature that we all have. They say they were born this way. Of course you were born this way, the same way I was born that way. I could have chosen to be a homosexual or adulterer or a thief or a liar because that is in me. I am sinful and corrupt to the core as every human being on the planet is. But that's why Jesus Christ came and died to pay the penalty so you do not have to pay the penalty for yourself. That is the message of the Bible. The message of salvation. My heart goes, as I watch these different people testify, that's when I go, I don't even care about this issue anymore. Your heart breaks. They have been sold a bill of goods. They can't change. I know many homosexuals that are now heterosexuals and married and have happy families. So that is a total and complete lie. Okay, that's a complete lie. And I know you can laugh at that, whatever, disrespectfully, but it's a lie. And it's a lie to enslave you in what you are doing. The same way an alcoholic would be enslaved in the alcohol and just couldn't get away from it. But I want to tell you, if you ever get tired of that, and if you don't, great, enjoy it, have fun, do whatever your heart's desire. But if you ever get to the point of that boy that climbed that mountain where he had no hope and he was at the rock bottom and he was ready to give up, I beg you, don't give up. I encourage you to go to the Bible and to read the New Testament and find out who Jesus Christ really is, not from all people's talk, but from who he said he is. And I promise you, there is hope. The pit will never be too deep that Jesus Christ can't pull you out. I promise you that. Don't you ever get to that point without giving him a try. And giving him a try is not as simple as just, oh, come into my heart, or all these little magic phrases. Salvation by the Bible is this. It's repenting of your sin. It's coming to God like I did one day. I realized, I said, God, I am a wretched, vile sinner. I have broken your laws. I am guilty. I deserve punishment. But I beg you to forgive me. And I ask you to come into my life and save me and help me turn from my wicked ways and follow you. And I ask for your help in that. And I promise you this, anyone that is a true Christian knows this. When that happens, a supernatural thing happens where you literally are then filled with the Holy Spirit. And I know it sounds crazy. Even the Bible says the preaching of the gospel is to them that perish foolishness. So it sounds like this guy's crazy. What is he talking about? But it's the truth. And it changes your life. I look back at my life a year ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago as a Christian. And he has completely transformed my thoughts, my actions, the intents of my heart. I look back at the person I was, and I still have a long way to go. But I am so different, and I am so grateful. And it is because of what he has done in my life, not what I am doing in my life. Okay, that's how you know you're a Christian, because he promises to work in your life. I've heard so many people get up here and validate this sin as if God is behind it. That is a lie. That is not true. He is never behind it.
Sir, could you please wrap it up?
Yes.
We've got a ton of people here yet to testify.
I know. I've been waiting here all day, though. I lost $800 in wages.
You need to respect everybody else.
I will.
You've testified much longer than most. So please wrap it up.
I will. I encourage you just to vote for this bill. And it'd be nice if those who were representing you respected that they are a servant of the people and they don't have the authority or the power or the jurisdiction to stand in the place of God and decide what the conscience and convictions of a man's heart can be. Every real Christian, whether this law is passed or not, will not obey it. 500 years ago, they were being burned alive for holding to their convictions with Martin Luther and the Reformation. We may be entering a stage where that happens once again, but if we do, we will be willing to stand for the truth, because that's what God would have us to do.
Other questions? Thank you. David Lincoln, Chelsea Lincoln, Philip Grover be next after these, and then Fred from SRAC. I'm not going to try your last name. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening.
Keep in mind that we're tired.
One page. Mr. Chairman and committee members, I appreciate the opportunity to address you on this historic day in Idaho. Consideration and addition of gender identity and sexual orientation to the Idaho Human Rights Act are long overdue. I don't take discrimination of any people lightly, and I feel this issue should have been handled previously. For any citizen of Idaho to be afraid to speak on this issue due to possibility of retaliation at their workplace, in their homes, and communities is unacceptable to me. For lawmakers to fear retaliation from their constituents due to approval of this issue actually measures our own state's tolerance. In my profession, I'm a housing administrator. On occasion, in fact, recently, I've had individuals that applied at our projects that have told me they were forced from their homes due to discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. I can tell you firsthand that there is a real need for these protections. I work diligently in my community, and I'm involved in government affairs. As some of you know, in certain arenas, I'm involved in regional and state organizations which deal with Idaho infrastructure and transportation, along with commerce and economic development. Politically, I represent my GOP district as chair. I have experience and I'm involved in agricultural business and have experience in corporate manufacturing. I grew up in Idaho in a time when discrimination regarding race was prevalent. I am so thankful I was raised in a home where we were taught to be intolerant of any kind of discrimination. As children, our friendships were free of any racial tensions. My father was known in our community for being open and fair to people. Yes, he was a leader in his church and was responsible for bringing Methodist, Hispanic ministries to Wilder. I know a few times in my adult life that I have not known of the gay and transgender people that this agenda of words would protect. I, like many of the supporters here today, respect religious belief and consider myself a Christian. I am also a supporter of protections of people's rights to make a living. The addition of gender identity and sexual orientation to the Idaho Civil Rights Act are critical to the continued growth of diversity of our state and to the fairness of its people. Thank you for your time and allowing for my remarks.
Are there questions? Representative McCrosty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lincoln, thank you so much for taking the time to testify before us this evening. My question for you is this. Do you believe that this is a partisan issue?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lukroski, could you clarify?
Is this an issue that is just a Democratic issue? Is this a Republican issue? Is this an issue that crosses party lines?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lukroski, absolutely not. I believe that this goes straight across.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chelsea, Lincoln.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee. I start by expressing my sincere gratitude that we were given this opportunity to speak before you guys regarding HB2, also known as Add the Words. I stand before you as a proud member of the community that this is being personally affected by the passing of this legislation. I grew up in rural Wilder, Idaho, raised on a dairy farm with the most incredible parents any kid could ever ask for, a semi-charmed life to say the least, involved in everything that my small school had to offer. Madam Vice Chair, I know that you can relate, having graduated from Wilder. My folks supplemented my schedule with activities that further invested my roots, not just in my local community, but the state. I was a good kid. I finished at the top of my class, stayed close to home to attend the College of Idaho, worked on the family farm after my grandfather passed away, and I was even able to volunteer overseas for a couple of months. You know kids like me. You've grown up with kids like me. You are currently raising kids just like me. My stepdad, who you just heard from, David Lincoln, has always taught by example the importance of investing and serving my community in small ways that are in passing and in large ways that require a commitment and time, pushing the limits of our own comfort zone for the betterment of all. Today, although he won't brag, I will. He's a Golden Gate Highway District Commissioner, president of the Valley Regional Transit, president of the West Alliance for Economic Development, president of the Idaho Association of Highway Districts, administrator of the Wilder Housing Authority, on the Idaho Ag Foundation Board, and last but not least, District 11 chair for the Idaho Republican Party. And he is a supporter of House Bill 2. My mother, Susan, is employed as a district clerk and HR director at Wilder Schools. She prefers the behind-the-scenes involvement and swears that I get my activist streak from my dad. She is also a supporter of House Bill 2. We are a close-knit family. I am the 31-year-old that looks forward to hanging out with her parents on a Friday night. It's always an adventure, and quite frankly, I think we're hilarious. I'd be laughing if I didn't confide in you the struggle. I'd be lying if I didn't confide the struggle my folks and I hit when I came out as gay in 2008. There were heated discussions, a lot of tears, and at one point, the mention of me being disowned. I knew that their initial reactions were out of fear for my well-being. Looking back, they were rightfully concerned, thinking in terms of the protections that Idaho is lacking if I choose to stay in our home state. Prior to, I had never considered leaving. I'm thankful for the journey my family and I have taken together. Without it, I don't think I would still be able to be so civically motivated. I am involved in the Idaho Democratic Party both at a county and state level. I have served as an advisor to my women's Greek fraternity after graduating from the College of Idaho. I've been a Big Brother and Big Sisters and involved with the IMCA annual campaign. My dad and I volunteer every year for the Idaho food producers in their ag tent, and I have loved serving as a Canyon County dairy superintendent at their fair for 9 years now, first assisting my grandfather and then taking over once he passed away. This is all in addition to my full-time job as a behavioral therapist for children with disabilities. Chairman and committee, if it takes a village to raise a child, then each of you and your families, newer generational Idahoans, have contributed to the culture that makes this state one we are so proudly to all call home. Those influences ultimately are infused into the communities, whether it's rural or a thriving metropolis. If it takes a village to raise a child, then you have raised me. You know women just like me, from families just like mine, but you haven't heard our stories. We captivate your attention by being upstanding citizens and good neighbors in your hometown. You have raised us well. We are your future leaders, teachers, volunteers, and professionals. You may not have realized it, but we have been your mentors, professors, and colleagues. We have raised you. We are some of your best and brightest who deserve to safely call Idaho our home without living in fear. Even now, I risk it all knowing that the city I live and work in is not protecting me with a non-discrimination ordinance. I know that my parents sleep less sharing this concern with me. Wouldn't you if I were your child? I know that we can all agree America is a land of opportunity and freedom, and in Idaho, we appreciate people who work hard and meet the responsibilities to have a chance to get ahead. Updating the Idaho Human Rights Act to include just the 4 words, sexual orientation and gender identity, would ensure that all people, including those who are gay and transgender, have a fair opportunity to earn a living, meet their obligation, and provide for themselves and their families. Please vote yes on House Bill 2. I stand for questions.
Are there questions? Representative McCrosty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lincoln. We just heard your father describe himself as a good Republican and that he found this to be a nonpartisan issue, or a bipartisan issue perhaps. Would you describe your involvement with the Democratic Party, and would you share if you believe that this is a partisan issue or nonpartisan or bipartisan?
Chairman, Representative McCrosty. Yes, of course. I am currently the vice chair of the LGBT Democratic Caucus of Idaho. I am the communications director for the Canyon County Democratic Party, and I also volunteer my time for various ballot initiatives, whether they are concerning education, agriculture, and no, I don't feel like this is a partisan issue. This is a human rights issue.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like we have any other questions. Thank you.
And Chairman, if I may, I just have 1,000 petitions from Idahoans that could not be here this evening that I would like to turn over to the Secretary.
Just leave it there on the desk and we'll make sure we get it.
Thank you.
Philip Grover, Fred Kretchmer, I think is what that is. Then we'll hear from Maryann Jordan. And then we have 3 students that have sloughed school all day to be here. Cory Hendrickson, Nathan Hines, and Taylor Williams. Mr. Grover, I presume?
Yes. I'm Philip Grover. I'm from Twin Falls. I just am compelled to make this comment about all of the bathroom talk. Those folks had better not go to France or Germany, because it is not uncommon when you walk into a restroom, there's no sign that says male or female, to have men and women come out of the stall and use the sink. It's very common.
Well, I personally have no...
It's disconcerting, but none of those people have collapsed or been struck by God with a bolt of lightning.
I have no desire to go to France. I got hung up by rude employees at the airport once a few years ago in France and in Paris, and I'm not headed back there voluntarily.
Anyway, there are plenty of people in the world who can go into a stall and come out and use a sink right next to someone of the opposite sex. I was trained as a clinical psychologist and spent the last 30 years of my career before I retired working in the Idaho community mental health system. I have seen the sometimes devastating effects of being told throughout your life in innumerable ways that you are not worth as much as other people, as happens with many LGBTQ individuals. I have seen the depression and the mental disorders that develop as a result. I have seen the increased suicide among this population, especially among the youth. This is one thing I could go on and talk about. I've heard a lot of so-called studies quoted that are completely true, but completely unsubstantiated when additional research is done about percentages of sexual abuse, about this, that, and the other thing. Most of the statements that I have heard from the opposed side, those studies exist, but they are outliers in the body of research. I was a sex education educator. I taught graduate sex education at the graduate level to sex educators. I'm somewhat familiar with the field and with the statistics, perhaps a few years out of date in some areas. But the studies that I have heard quoted here this evening are outliers from the body of research. This is the one other thing that I would like to say from a psychologist's perspective. People talk about homosexuality being a choice. The only people that I have ever interviewed in a therapy or research capacity, the only people who say they have equal attraction to men or substantial attraction to men and to women are people who label themselves as bisexual. I have never met a person who said, I am gay, I always have been, I may not have admitted it, I may have gotten married to a woman, but I have always been mostly attracted to men. And I really am not that attracted to my wife, but I did because that's how you have to be. I have never met one person who claims to be heterosexual who said they were equally attracted to men and to women and made a choice to be a heterosexual rather than a homosexual, and suddenly their desire to be a homosexual and have relations with men or with women in the case of a woman, that disappeared. Not one. And I have interviewed probably hundreds of people about this issue. Not one heterosexual have I found who said they can identify a time when they were equally attracted and they chose to be a heterosexual, and the homosexual orientation totally disappeared. However, the real reason that I decided to testify is because of my religious beliefs. I am a United Methodist. The United Methodist Church officially does not believe that the practice of homosexuality is compatible with Christian teaching, does not ordain any practicing homosexual as clergy, and does not allow gay marriages. These positions of my denomination are currently under re-examination. But all of these particular things within the United Methodist Church are totally irrelevant to add the words legislation. The United Methodist Church actually explicitly advocates that all persons in a civil society should have the same rights as all other persons, and therefore the United Methodist Church specifically supports legislation that prohibits discrimination to someone because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. No person, this is my belief, I've heard people say that I guess I'm going to hell because of this belief. But I do not believe that anyone who calls themselves a Christian can point to any example of Jesus advocating discrimination or intolerance of any person for any reason. Jesus ranted and railed against the Pharisees, but never once refused the invitation to dine or converse with the Pharisee, nor with anyone else. Jesus many times said, "Go and sin no more." But that was after he had done an intervention. It was after he had done a healing. He never made people saying anything about their sin, or him even commenting about it, a condition of his healing and his acceptance and his tolerance. Also, I do have to comment on Reverend Lancaster's comment. He's from Twin Falls, where Jesus talks about divorce and the law in creation in Matthew 19. His quote is extremely offensive to me because he stops in mid-sentence. And so do many people who like to quote that scripture. The disciples say to him after he says, marriage laws, etc., they said, maybe it's better not to get married then. Jesus said, hey, this law, I'm paraphrasing in my own words, this law applies to those to whom it applies. Remember, there are 3 other kinds of people, and he names them. One of them is translated into English as eunuchs by birth. Are you a rabbi?
Sir, you're addressing the committee,
Okay.
not the audience.
Okay. If this person is a rabbi, maybe he would be able to confirm this, that rabbinical writings use that term, eunuchs by birth. That's also in Roman law. The way it's described, we would call these people homosexuals. Jesus said, the marriage laws don't apply to these 3 kinds of people. One of them was eunuchs of birth, by birth, which we would call homosexuals. So it's not true if you take just the first part of Matthew 19 as what Jesus said about marriage. Unfortunately, there are many people who are not willing or able, or they maybe don't think that they need to do what I think the Bible says and what my church says is the Christian requirement, and that is to be tolerant, to love, and especially not to discriminate. And because many people won't behave that way or don't think that it's necessary, it's up to us to have legislation to prevent this kind of discrimination. I want to keep this short.
I hate to inform you, but you haven't been short.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. There's nothing in the law that requires anyone to change their religious belief. It simply means because you don't agree with someone else's viewpoints that you can discriminate against them. Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you, sir. Fred, followed by Maryann, Jordan, and then the 3 high school students that I mentioned. Please be brief.
I will.
You've got 30 seconds. No, I'm kidding.
My name is Fred Kretchmer, and I start out with saying that God loves sinners. He loves sinners. Anybody that's read the Bible can understand that he loves sinners. And it's a good thing, because if he didn't, none of us would be here tonight. But the other side of the coin proves that God hates sin. And the cross proves this. Even Hollywood knows this. And knowing this about God, that he loves the sinner and he hates sin, you can start to see the predicament he's in. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. But you can think about this when you're voting or making a vote. What God does do is he helps those that want to be helped. And I'm for that too. And in society, when there's thieves and they can't stop themselves and they want help, they can find help. Drunkards, if they don't want to get drunk anymore, they can find help. Even homosexuals, they should be able to find the help that they need to get free from this thing. And this is what I feel that maybe the energy and money and time could be spent better in helping those that want to be helped. And I think if you did vote yes, you'd be more helping them, encouraging them, instead of helping them. This is what I wanted to say.
Are there questions? Thank you, sir, for coming today. Maryann Jordan. I know this is hard for a politician, but please keep it short.
Nearsighted, large font, short speech.
Mine. Good enough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate your time, and I know what these long hearings are like, so I will be brief. My name is Maryann Jordan. I'm the president of the Boise City Council. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on the importance of amending the Idaho Human Rights Act, and I stand before you tonight in support of House Bill 2. This bill is a matter of safety for all Idahoans. 3 years ago, I was approached by a group of citizens who had experienced significant discrimination. They had been attacked and beaten by people who targeted them for their sexual orientation and gender identity, and they feared reporting these crimes. And my thought to myself was, are we doing something wrong as a city? Are we doing something wrong as a police department? In fact, we were not. The victims of these crimes thought that if they had to ask for time off to pursue a criminal prosecution, that they might be outed and lose their jobs. I was then also approached by the police officers who had been contacted and weren't able to receive reports, and they needed help as well. They saw people beaten who could not pursue their perpetrators because, again, they were afraid to file these reports. No citizen in Idaho should be afraid to call for help when they need it because they fear the loss of their job or their housing. Boise and 9 other cities across Idaho have passed non-discrimination ordinances, and contrary to some of the testimony that you heard this morning, these ordinances, most of them were passed long before any of us ever could have envisioned marriage equality in the state of Idaho. One had nothing to do with another. They were a matter of safety and fairness for all of our citizens. We've only had a few complaints in the city, not none, a few, and because of the way that we structured our system, people are allowed to make a complaint and there can be an investigation done and some resolutions found prior to formal complaints being filed and things going public. So this encourages cooperative discussion and a lot of times a resolution to the problem without anyone having something on a record that might follow them forward. Crime numbers in Boise have been declining for the past 8 years. And in the 2 years since we've adopted our ordinance, calls to police from the LGBT community have increased. This is not because there's more crime, but because members of this community now feel safe in calling and reporting and asking for help. And it's important because a community that doesn't report crime is a community that enables crime. Criminals know this, and it makes it unsafe for all of us. When we held our hearings, we had so many compelling stories from upstanding members of our community who wanted nothing more than to live the same authentic life that many of us take for granted. And I was humbled by the courage of so many who were willing to come forward at the time with no protections yet in place and take the risks that they took to tell their stories. And I think that we've heard some of those today, and if you continue, you will hear more of those stories tomorrow. Many people are still fearful to come and tell their stories because the communities in which they live do not yet provide these protections, which illustrates all the more the importance of these protections being implemented on a statewide basis. And I'll finish with this. One of the biggest supporters that the city of Boise had when we were working on our non-discrimination ordinance was the business community. And just this Saturday, in a press release, the Boise Metro Chamber of Commerce, who represents over 1,800 businesses in the Treasure Valley, announced their support of House Bill 2 with the statement from their president and CEO, Bill Connor, that, quote, discrimination is bad for business. It's time to declare that all Idahoans deserve to be safe and to deserve equal consideration. And I ask that you send House Bill 2 to the floor with a due pass recommendation. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Are there questions?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Wintrow.
I know it's hard to see me, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Would you, so in your testimony, you said that there was a process by which people would go through to file a complaint. Could you clarify that a little bit more? Because I keep hearing the fears about lawsuits coming out of our ears. But it sounds like there's a nice mediation process that's been happening and even discretion involved with that. Could you just go through that a little bit more?
Ms. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wintrow, yes, we set up a system that will first take a complaint in, and the complaint will be investigated and then sent to city attorney for analysis as to whether it's a viable complaint or not. At that point in time, the complainant and the person against whom the complaint is lodged are invited in to discuss the problem, to see if a solution can be found, and we offer mediation in order to try to reach some kind of a solution. Up until that point in time, these discussions remain completely private because there is no formal criminal complaint filed, so it is not a public record. And this way, because oftentimes there can be misunderstandings, and sometimes just sitting down with a third party and having the conversation can resolve whatever the issue is, it keeps the complaint from following either party around after it's all settled and over with. We have not, fortunately, had any complaints that have resulted in a filing, so we feel very fortunate about that. But we also have had a few situations where we've been contacted by people who have perceived an act of discrimination and have not been able to serve them because the actual act happened in a surrounding community and not in the boundaries of Boise.
Follow up.
Representative Wintrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Jordan. Is this a similar process to the one that we'll find in the Commission for Human Rights?
Yes, I believe that to be the case. And I would also add that in the actual bill and in state statute, this does not mandate any church or religious organization or employers with fewer than 5 employees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's okay. I just wanted a point of clarification. You had said that a number of complaints have been filed, but then did you go on to say that there have been no convictions with any of those complaints?
No, and there have been no, when I say filed, I probably, that was probably a poor choice of words. What I should have said is we have taken in several complaints. There has not been a formal criminal filing on any of them. The ones that we've received have been resolved prior to any public complaint necessitating a filing.
I have a follow-up.
Representative Batt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilwoman, I was just wondering, can you give me a number of how many complaints you have received?
It was 2 in the past year. And we kind of equate this to any other law that we have on the books, which tries to avoid behaviors, any criminal behaviors. You want those to be low. You don't want to have a lot of assaults. You don't want to have a lot of murders. You don't want to have a lot of complaints. You want people to comport and treat each other properly.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Further questions? Thank you.
Okay.
I know I've messed up with this name, Cory Hendrickson, and there's a dash there.
Yeah, it's confusing. My parents decided to compromise, and it's Hendrickson-Rose. So, Cory Hendrickson-Rose. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Cory Hendrickson-Rose. and I'm a junior at Mountain View High School, and I affirm the passing of HB 2. Today, I'd like to step back and take an economical and utilitarian approach. A growing body of research has shown that cities that have vibrant gay and lesbian communities have higher levels of income, life, satisfaction, housing values, emotional attachment to the community, as well as higher concentrations of high-tech businesses. A 2013 report from the William Institute of the UCLA School of Law reviewed 36 separate research studies showing that LGBT-supportive employment policies were good for business outcomes. Another 2011 study from the Williams Institute examined the top 50 Fortune 500 companies and the top 50 federal government contractors. Almost all, which is 92% of these companies, stated that diverse policies were good for their business. It's been seen that employers who promote equality in the workplace and create effective strategies for LGBT employee fairness can increase job satisfaction, morale, better business opportunity, and incorporate reputation and benefit productivity and retention. From a quote here from Deanne Fetus, who's an HRC deputy director, the writing is on the wall in terms of where public opinion is moving and where the voters are moving. We are in reach of LGBT equality, and a lot of businesses see this as standing on the right side of history, especially since 81% of Idahoans believe that no one should be fired from their job because they are gay, straight, or transgender. Former Governor Phil Batt says that Idaho executives told him the state's reputation is important to their businesses. If it's damaged, sales are hurt. Perhaps more important, it's become more difficult to attract outstanding, well-qualified, and forward-thinking people to apply for Idaho employment. On another note, I'd like to address the fact that being transgender or gay is a choice. Even if you do believe that it is a choice, I'd like to point out that religion is a choice, and that's protected too under this Human Rights Act. So I believe that we really should have this. And if we want what's best for the community or Idaho as a whole, the passing of this resolution would guarantee equal opportunity, which has said to be valued by 81% of Idahoans, considering that they believe that no one should be fired for these specific choices they have made or things they are born with, whichever you believe. Also, secure economic opportunity and overall bringing the most amount of good to the most amount of people should be something we stand for here today. For these reasons, among others, I believe that we should pass this resolution, or this, add the words.
Are there questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Hines.
Hello, thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Nathan Hines. I'm a junior at Mountain View High School. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity.
Don't confuse us with Congress.
I have my dreams. For this opportunity to speak and be heard at this hearing. I know me, and most of you on the panel, possess qualities that need no protection. I don't need protection of my race because I'm white, my gender because I'm male, my creed because I'm Christian, and presuming most of you are heterosexual like me, we make up the majority. I'm grateful that I'm a part of a country where we treat people of the minority righteously. We do not discriminate against race, creed, or gender, and that is incorporated into our human rights. What is not incorporated and ought to be is a person's sexual orientation and gender identity. This is a major oversight. If we do not treat those who are in the minority with equality, then we are oppressing them by our majority status. It is wrong to allow these people to be discriminated against for something that is oftentimes out of their control. Who are we to discriminate or allow discrimination about unchangeable things when we can't, like ourselves, change our whiteness, and I would say our own heterosexuality? We are all humans with dreams and aspirations, and I hope that we can create, through policy, a world that enables everyone, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation, to have the ability to achieve those dreams. This is this decade's civil rights movement. Oftentimes, people will disagree with this by saying that someone's sexual preference or gender identity can simply be chosen. And as Cory already said, religion can be chosen. However, according to the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, homosexuality is a normal variation of human sexual orientation. Since 1974, the APA has opposed stigma, prejudice, discrimination, and violence based on sexual orientation. Prefer this piece of evidence over a lot of people's personal anecdotes because the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, consists of thousands of psychiatrists who have done research for many years that show it actually oftentimes is not a choice. And when considering that it is not a choice, this movement is simply like the feminist movement or the civil rights movement with people who are black, because you can't choose the color of your skin. And I would agree that most of these people haven't chosen this lifestyle because it's a lifestyle that is very hard, and our community makes it very hard upon them. So because of this, and because of oftentimes people are bringing up these arguments about reverse discrimination, and I would say the argument about the civil rights movement with people who are black, employers oftentimes didn't want to hire people who are black because, again, that was against their own religion, or they used religion to justify why they wouldn't hire people who are black or people who are women, and why we shouldn't allow them to vote. This is the same issue here, and again, look to the American Psychiatric Association for this piece of evidence. When considering voting on this piece of legislation, will you vote for equality or continued discrimination? I'm open for questioning.
Are there questions? Thank you. Taylor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for hearing me on this issue. My name is Taylor Williams, and I am a citizen of Boise and also a junior at Mountain View High School. I would like to bring up the false representation that being gay is a choice. First, I must mention that I am straight. I speak not as a member of the LGBT community, but as an observer of these actions and even a partaker in some of them. I would like to tell you what I can only assume it is like to be gay. I admit that it would carry more weight if I had been a victim of these discriminations, but I have witnessed these things with my own eyes. When I see a man and his partner out together, I have given looks that have lasted too long to be stares, and I have seen children asking their parents if they are brothers and then being scolded and whisked away. And those are just the polite ones. I have seen people humiliated in the streets of this very city and kicked out of restaurants in front of neighbors, friends, and coworkers. And when these neighbors, friends, and coworkers find out someone is gay, there can be a loss of relationships, discrimination, and hatred. Now, I would like to ask you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and basically all of the citizens of this state, is that a life you would choose? This morning, a still grieving mother shared with us the story of her beloved son. He was a healthy, happy, gay man. But when they moved to Pocatello, he was bullied, harassed, and beat up. He was discriminated against until he saw no other option but to take his own life. Now, if you can make a choice to be gay, you can make a choice to be straight. Don't you think he would have chosen to make himself straight before he would choose to kill himself? The crux of this issue is whether or not sexual orientation and gender identity is a choice. I believe that not one person would consciously choose to have everything be harder for the rest of their entire lives. If you agree with me, then your decision has already been made. With the civil rights movement, there were fears of repercussions of dictating who must be served in a private business, but those fears cannot stop what every person of this state, this nation, this earth deserves: equality. Thank you.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. We've gone 20 minutes past what we said we would do today. I know that you can understand that we're probably a little bit weary, as many of you are who have been here all day. I'm going to ask a dangerous question, at least for the committee, and that's that, is there anyone here who cannot be here tomorrow that would like to testify? Could you please be very brief and come forward and state your names? And I hope you're from out of town. We've been giving deference to them today because they've traveled a long way. So.
I'm from in town, but I can't. I'm
okay.
Totally booked tomorrow.
Please be brief. State your name for the record.
My name is Dan Fink. I'm the rabbi at Congregation Ahavath Beth Israel. I don't know much about eunuchs.
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
We have heard a lot about sex, about Christmas, about abortions, about theology. This is not about any of those things, though I will add, if you want to debate theology and claim to speak for God, It would help if you could understand her original language, in which she does not say God created human beings male and female. It says, Zachar u'nikeva bara otam, which is a little more subtle. Really. I've heard from people who believe and have said that I, as a Jew, am going to hell. As we say in Yiddish, gesundheit, it's fine. They have every right to that belief. They have every right to come to my door and try to convert me. They have every right to persuade me to see the light as they see it. But they don't have a right, therefore, to refuse to bake a cake for my wedding. They don't have a right to deny me housing, and they don't have a right to deny me employment. That's what religious freedom is about. It's not license to discriminate in the public realm. There is a lot of fear. I've heard fear from my brothers and sisters on the other side who are people of faith, of good faith. And to them I will say, I will defend your right to pray, to argue in the public square, and to discriminate, in keeping with your tradition when you hire folks to do God's work within your church, your mosque, your temple, or your synagogue. I would do nothing, and those who support this bill will do nothing to compel you to act against your religious principles in the realm of faith. Governor Phil Batt, who as a lawmaker crafted this bill, saw to it that we would do nothing to infringe on religious liberty in that public realm. But if you are an LDS hairdresser, you can't refuse to serve someone who walks into your salon with a cup of coffee. If you are a Jewish bus driver, you can't send someone eating a ham and cheese sandwich to the back of your bus. Religious freedom works within the realm of religion. It doesn't give you license to discriminate. I think there's something about we people of faith, like my Episcopal bishop colleague, we're carrying around the money, but I only have a quarter. I don't have a bill. But the antidote to the fear, and I understand where the fear comes from. Change is hard, and we've changed a lot for the better, but it's hard. The antidote to fear is the community, the seeing that we are all one, including those who we are a little bit uncomfortable with. That's the covenant of community. And on the money, what it says, the motto of our nation is E pluribus unum. In the many, we are one. Not the many who are like us, not the many who agree with us, not the many who share our theology, and not even the many who we think are going to be in heaven with us. But in the many, all of us are one. E pluribus unum. And that money is at the basis of free enterprise. And what makes free enterprise free is that it's free for everybody. In this Lincoln Auditorium, we note the words that the great liberator and our first Republican president quoted from Christian scripture. Abraham Lincoln warned that a house divided against itself cannot stand. E pluribus unum, out of the many we are all one, different but undivided, in our determination that if we are to create a more perfect union, we must rise above our fears to secure liberty and justice for all. For all. And so I urge you to add the 4 words and affirm the victory of freedom over fear for all Idahoans, gay and straight and transgender, standing brave and undivided, e pluribus unum, together. I stand for questions.
Are there questions? Thank you. Who's next? Please be brief.
I will. My name is Shakira Sanders. I am a professor of constitutional law at the University of Idaho College of Law, here in Boise. My courses and scholarly publications focus on government structure and individual rights and liberties under the United States Constitution. But I am here in my personal capacity today. As the lone dissenter in Plessy versus Ferguson, Justice John Marshall Harlan stated that our Constitution is colorblind and neither knows nor tolerates classes among citizens. The question before this body today is whether Justice Harlan's theory of a constitution that is colorblind also applies to sexual orientation and gender identity. This question was partially answered in 3 recent cases decided by the United States Supreme Court, the first being Romer versus Evans, where the court reasoned that if equal protection means anything, it means that the law it means that the bare desire to harm a politically unpopular group cannot constitute a legitimate government interest. Several years later, in Lawrence versus Texas, the United States Supreme Court overturned a Texas statute criminalizing sodomy and held that one's private sexual conduct between consulting individuals cannot be criminalized solely upon the grounds of immorality. And finally, in United States versus Windsor, the court emphasized that laws that fail to protect sexual minorities materially harm and demean those individuals. One of the resonating things here is the concern of religious belief. I want to remind this body that the First Amendment talks about free exercise and the Establishment Clause. The Establishment Clause establishes an absolute right to belief, but there is no absolute right to act. There are all types of qualifications on our right of free exercise, and anti-discrimination ordinances would fit into existing prior law. I support HB 2, and I think this is a fine day for democracy in the state of Idaho.
Are there questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Mojan Fed. I am a junior at Boise High School. So I'd first like to thank the chairman and the committee for granting us this hearing to listen to all of the testimonies that we have today. I'm here on behalf of my faith to say, love thy neighbor, LGBT or not. There has been speculation today about the definitions of sexual orientation and gender identity. The Human Rights Campaign did not define sexual orientation as the preferred term used when referring to an individual's physical and/or emotional attraction to the same and/or another gender. Gender identity refers to a person's innate, deeply felt psychological identification as a gender which does not correspond to the sex assigned to them at birth. We've all heard testimony after testimony today about how the implications of this bill will increase the state's debt and lawsuits. But what is the cost of human rights? Every one of you needs to ask yourselves, how much do you value human life? How much do you value human freedom? How much do you value human happiness? And do you truly believe that all men are created equal? There should be no limit on what we do for our state's security. 2 Saturdays ago, I went to the Add the Words rally at the Capitol building. I heard a former Boise Police Chief, Mike Masterson, recall instances of LGBT hate crimes that he had witnessed on duty. I sat through the testimonies of earlier testifiers, and I thought to myself, how dare they say that all people don't need these protections against discrimination, even through all the specific personal cases of discrimination and abuse that we've all heard today, when we were all born with a sexual orientation and gender identity. 14 years ago, my family immigrated from Iran to America. We sought a freedom and equality that we did not have in Iran, somewhere where church and state are not separated. In Iran, people are persecuted and executed for being gay and or transgender, something that they have no control of. However, with the lack of protection and respect for all of Idaho citizens, I see that Idaho may not be as different from Iran as my family had hoped. So I stand here asking you all to take a chance on human rights, respect, and equality, to fulfill and hold up what our founding fathers wanted for our country. So say with me, add the 4 words, no more, no less.
Are there questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Please be very brief.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Although my Italian culture does not accept briefness, I will. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, I humbly stand and thank you today for allowing me to speak. I stand today as the first openly gay Republican candidate in Idaho's history to have ever run for office. I stand today in support of HB 2 because I believe that we have strayed as a party from being the party of civil liberties that we were conceived to be. Now, let me say I have impeccable conservative credentials. A+ rating from the NRA, A+ rating from the Small Business Association, and so on. I came to accept who I was about 3 years ago, and since then I have lived a life of worry. The fear of who would come to find out about me, fear of the repercussions it would have on my political career, and on my career and employment in the private sector, and even the repercussions on my family. Last year, when I announced my campaign for Idaho's 18th legislative district, I decided to be an honest man and an honest candidate. And on public television, I shared with the people of District 18 who I am. My fellow Republicans, HB 2 gives us an opportunity to make history without compromising our conservative principles by continuing our long-standing tradition as champions of individual and civil liberties. It began with Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president, and the Congress that freed the slaves and enacted the 13th and 14th Amendments. It continued with the election of the first African-American governor, a Republican from Louisiana, the first woman in Congress, a Republican from Montana. Our majorities in the 66th Congress forced the hand of Democrat President Woodrow Wilson and passed the 19th Amendment guaranteeing women's right to vote. Under President Calvin Coolidge, we extended citizenship rights to Native Americans and desegregated schools under President Eisenhower. Our most recent achievement was seating the first woman U.S. Supreme Court justice under President Ronald Reagan. I urge passage of HB 2, send it to the governor who announced last year he would sign it. End this nightmare that each of us has to live under, one that impedes upon our liberties to equal opportunity in such things as employment and housing. Much like being a man, woman, black, Hispanic, or Asian, or white, being gay is not a choice. If we are truly defenders of our beautiful Constitution, we must respect all of it. Though I believe that less government is best, government decided long ago that discrimination based on race, gender, creed, ethnicity, etc. is to be outlawed. And because of that decision, that 14th Amendment right must be extended to everyone, including those of sexual orientation and gender identity. Equal protection under the law is either for all or for none at all. I conclude my remarks with this. Since coming out, my life has not changed from the way it was before. In fact, it has been better because I am free. Yes, it has caused discomfort in my family, but I am still loved. I may not have won my race for the legislature this time around, but in my first run, nearly 5,700 Idahoans entrusted me with their vote. I attend church devoutly, haven't burst into flames whenever I go, and with my family, and I praise the Creator for having given me life twice, because I was born with spina bifida, and I survived brain surgery as a 3-day-old baby and was reborn. This testimony was not an easy task for me. And being gay does not define me. It is who I am and something I cannot change. It is in thanks to God himself that I stand before you today and have the courage to do so. With that, Mr. Chairman, I dedicate this testimony to all members of the LGBT community, its allies, and those who still live in distress that their identities may be uncovered. May it give them the courage to stand proud and tall as children of the Almighty God, and to stand proud and tall as equal citizens of our great gem state. With that, I stand for questions, and I hope nobody is too tired to ask because I'm ready.
Are there questions? Sorry about that. Doesn't
Mr.
look
Chairman.
represented bad.
I was just wondering if you'd state your last name for the record. The secretary's wondering what your name is.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, Representative Batt, my name is Dom Gelino, Gelsomino. I am a proud Italian-American, born in Jersey, and proud Idahoan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Please be brief.
I will.
It's very late. Some of us have been here since 6 o'clock this morning.
My name
Many
is
of
John Young of Boise, Idaho. I come here today out of great concern for my community and the rift that I see among my fellow citizens. I am a lifelong and grateful member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I am a Mormon. And I know I express a view that isn't shared by many in my religion, but I do know others who agree with me. It saddens me that there's so much political mistrust between these two groups, members of the church and the LGBT community. Our common human nature often results in us creating these grand narratives of us versus them. And I would like to share quickly what you can find on the official Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints website, mormonsandgays.org. On that website, you can read, "If we want to understand one another, we have to see ourselves in one another. Open the book of each individual life, and you will find a familiar story. Along this common path each of us carries a cross. Latter-day Saints believe that Jesus Christ suffered and died for this very reason, to bear our burdens with us. And we also need each other. We recognize in each other our common needs for intimacy and companionship, and can discuss them without shame or rejection." And I like this sentence. "Our individual blind spots can be filled by our collective wisdom. Here we find our truest selves." Brothers and sisters of Idaho, I ask you to find this collective wisdom in those who are different, just as much as those who are the same. And I would like to close with some words that I think apply tonight. This was read by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, church spokesman Michael Otterson, at a non-discrimination ordinance in Salt Lake City, Utah. He said at that time, "The issues before you tonight are the right of people to have a roof over their heads and the right to work without being discriminated against. But importantly, the ordinances also attempt to balance vital issues of religious freedom. In drafting these ordinances, the city has granted common sense rights that should be available to everyone, while safeguarding the crucial rights of religious organizations. For example, in their hiring of people whose lives are in harmony with their tenets, or when providing housing for the university students and others that preserve religious requirements. The church supports these ordinances because they are fair and reasonable and do not do violence to the institution of marriage. I represent a church, and I do too, that believes in human dignity, in treating others with respect, even when we disagree. In fact, especially when we disagree." Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions? Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is...
Please be brief.
I certainly will, less than 2 minutes. My name is Jenny Riley. I live here in Boise. For the last couple of years, I've been a volunteer on a suicide and crisis hotline. I spend about 12 hours a week taking calls from adults and youth in crisis, some ready to take their own lives. I listen to them, I talk with them, I point them toward resources in their communities that might help them find some peace. Sometimes I call their local police departments and an officer responds to save their lives. After several calls from gay and transgendered people, I got curious about the suicide rates among that community. I learned that the suicide rate for the gay community is about 3.5 times that of heterosexuals. For gay youth, the suicide attempt rate is 4 times higher than others. It was the youth who broke my heart. Kids feeling helpless, feeling alone, feeling threatened and afraid. Kids who felt they had no future and a present that was a pretty darn hard place to live. Kids who saw a world where getting and keeping a job would be a challenge. Kids who were already being refused service in stores and restaurants because of who they are. Kids who decided it was probably better to just die now than to grow up in a world where they would have to fight for their rights every single day, where there was no equality, where there was no justice. Please don't let those kids grow up in that world. Please add the words and allow these youth hope for the future. That hope may just be the thing that keeps them alive. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
One page, large type.
Yeah,
My
but
name
it's
is Terry
single-spaced.
Shannon. Pardon?
But it's single-spaced.
Oh, it's my eyes. It's my eyes. I'll skip every other line.
Please be brief. State your name.
My name is Terry Shannon. I am in favor of this bill. I am a native of Idaho. My great-grandfather was a stonemason who carved the pillars out in front of the Capitol. My daughter, Michelle, is lesbian. She grew up here, went to school here, Treasure Valley Math and Science Center, Capitol High School, attended church here, is now a student at the University of Idaho. She is brave enough to be open about this, so I will be brave enough to stand here before you and publicly support her. But she's not the only reason I'm here today. I'm also here to give empathy to the other Idaho parents who don't really feel so free to publicly support their gay, lesbian, or transgender children. It is very difficult for an LBGT person to come out, but my wife Beth and I have also found that it is hard to let our coworkers, our church members, and other acquaintances know why we support this cause. We find that there's a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding out there. I spent nearly 30 years at HP. I was a software engineer in the research and development lab, and while I do not speak for them, I did learn a lot about inclusiveness and acceptance while I worked there during that time. I bring this up there because while working there, I noticed that other high-tech employees that I interacted with were also inclusive. And when a high-tech firm considers moving to Idaho or a startup wants to grow or invest here, one of their considerations, by my observation, is that they look at the quality of life for all of their employees. And I want Idaho to be a good place for them to invest and a good place for them to grow. I am lucky to have a lesbian daughter. It has led me and my relatives and friends to become more accepting of the LGBT individuals because we know in our hearts they are just like everyone else. They work, shop, watch movies, fix dinner, may choose to attend church, all the mundane, everyday stuff that fills your life and mine. It is your job to decide if they can do these things without fear of losing their job or their house, or just because of who they are. I love my daughter. She will be graduating from the U of I next fall. This is an important time in her life because she will decide what to do next. My fear is that she may leave Idaho, not to follow a dream, but because Idaho is not a good place for a lesbian. Your decision affects Michelle and my wife Beth and my family and me. I ask you to put Idaho on a track to become a more accepting place, a place where fairness applies to everyone, a place where good employers can locate because all their employees will feel accepted. If you do, Michelle may feel more welcome. I feel that justice, fairness, equality, and freedom for all of Idaho citizens is what Michelle's great-great-grandfather had in mind when he helped build this very building that we're using today. And please use this building wisely. Any questions?
Other questions? Thank you. Please be brief. State your name for the record.
I will, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Lisa Perry, and I am here to support HB 2. Like many here, I am a straight Idahoan, and I am blessed to have my gender protected under the Idaho Human Rights Act. Unfortunately, as a woman, I have faced how difficult it sometimes is to work in a male-dominated field. Fortunately, I cannot be discriminated against because I am a woman, but I can imagine how fearful it can be to be found out to be a gay person and live in fear for losing my job because of who I am and who I love. I was raised to follow the golden rule, to treat others how I want to be treated. I think this is an Idahoan value and one that many of us hold dear. HB 2 will ensure that all Idahoans are able to earn a living and provide for their families, and will ensure that all Idahoans follow the golden rule. Today, we've heard a lot about cake bakers, photographers, and florists, and what you have heard has been smoke and mirrors. What this legislation is about is living up to the golden rule, making a living through hard, honest work, having a home, and eating at a restaurant without worrying about who they are or who they love. Finally, I want to urge you to think about your gay friends, neighbors, and family members. I have a gay cousin. His name is Brett. He works hard, provides for his family, and walks his dog just like you do. He lives in fear of being found out for who he is because he is a gay person, just like many of the people in this room. For him, I urge you to add the words sexual orientation and gender identity to the Idaho Human Rights Act. Please add my cousin. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I look forward to seeing this bill passed out of committee with the recommendation to pass on the House floor. I stand for questions.
Are there questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please be brief.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your patience and your perseverance throughout this day. My name is Richard Sutton, and I'm a citizen of Meridian, Idaho. I represent myself. I stand opposed to House Bill 2. I thought about quoting you scripture, but your job is not to interpret scripture, but to interpret law and to legislate law. There's a saying, maybe it's one that I made up, but there is no one more intolerant than those who are intolerant of the intolerant. No one segment of society has a lock on the stigma of intolerance. By intolerance, I mean those who refuse to tolerate the ideas, the beliefs, the convictions of others. Intolerance is communicated by both words and actions that are used to abuse the rights and privileges of others. Since 1987, we have steadily been moving toward this momentous day for Idaho since Marshall Kirk and Hunter Manson laid out the 6 steps of strategy in their book entitled The Overhauling of Straight America. Step 3 stated, our campaign should not demand direct support of homosexual practices. It should instead take anti-discrimination as its themes. They knew back even then that mainstream America would not stand for homosexuality on a moral level. But they did know that Americans were sensitive about 2 words, freedom and discrimination. And so their idea was to misdirect and redirect the focus to the principle of tolerance, which is interesting because in step 5 states, make open opponents of homosexuality look bad. They further go on to state, at a later stage, it'll be time to get blunt. They must be vilified. We intend to make the anti-gays look so nasty that average Americans will want to disassociate themselves from such types. That day has come. Today, anyone who disagrees with the LGBT ideology is vilified as homophobic, bigots, narrow-minded, as haters, as they themselves cry for tolerance. Tolerance cuts both ways. But what about tolerating my First Amendment right, guaranteed by the Constitution, which protects freedom of religion, by banning Congress from passing any law respecting an establishment of religion and from prohibiting people from freely exercising their religion? The Supreme Court has applied these limits to the state governments through the 14th Amendment. The right guarantees me the right to stand on my convictions. House Bill 2 adds the words, in particular, Section 3, Number 5, letters A and B, in effect diminishes that right if in fact it doesn't out and out toss it aside in the name of tolerance. Section 3, 5A states, for a person to deny an individual the full and equal enjoyment of goods, services, facilities, privileges, advantages, etc. To print, circulate, post, or mail, or otherwise cause to be published a statement, advertisement, or sign which indicates that full and equal employment of goods, services, facilities, etc. What does for a person mean? And who does this person we're talking about refer to? This morning, one astute man said he didn't even know how sexual orientation or gender identity was defined or what it referred to. and yet he asked you to vote upon something that he knew nothing about. Is this person being referred to in Section 3, number 5, is he or she a minister or pastor or a board of directors overseeing a congregation whose strong beliefs and convictions collide with the LGBT standards or ideology of acceptable or unacceptable moral practices, who then refuses to rent or allow that building or sanctuary or fellowship room to be used by such an organization or individual? Or are they now going to become criminals because they express their First Amendment right, freedom of religion, and expression of their beliefs and conviction? I personally believe that one day same-sex marriage will be legalized in Idaho. Does that mean that if a minister or pastor refuses to conduct a same-sex marriage based on his or her religious convictions, is he or she in violation of this amended Human Rights Bill, and can he be fined or receive jail time? Does this bill say that if a minister or pastor preaches a lesson that he or she has arrived at from their own personal study of the Scriptures that has formed his or her beliefs and convictions for that which they can only preach, that collides with the LGBT worldview and calls what he or she has concluded to be a sin, uses a PowerPoint in their presentation, hands out sermon notes or class notes so that their audience can follow, is he or she in violation of Section 3, number 5B, and does it make him or her now criminal because he or she has expressed his or her First Amendment right to freedom of religion and expression of his or her faith? Will they then be fined or go to jail as criminals? Or is this a person, a CEO of a major company, who cannot express his or her personal beliefs on the Bible for fear of losing his or her position and being stigmatized as a bigot or a hater? In fact, feels threatened to even show his or her face down here at this hearing because they're afraid whether they stand pro or con, fear retribution, and losing their position that they have worked a lifetime to achieve. Do they not feel already discriminated, even though it isn't even on the books? Are these the persons referred to in Section 3, number 5, and B? I believe that we are on a slippery slope. While trying to achieve the rights of the few, we take away the rights of the many. Rights that I believe have already been established by the now existing Human Rights Act of Idaho, present, that protects people. Again, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the committee, there is no one more intolerant than those who are intolerant of the intolerant. I stand in opposition to this bill and ask that you as our state representatives and legislators uphold my First Amendment right and Constitution, which you have sworn to uphold, and that you vote no on House Bill 2.
Are there questions? Representative McCroskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sutton. First of all, I want to say thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to come and appear before us to share your point of view. I think that the forum that we have here, that we've experienced all throughout the day, has been very revealing for all of us on the committee. And we've all heard many different views, and regardless of how this turns out, I'm sure that we're all going to work together.
I have a
question. So I'll cut to the chase. So my question is, you'd mentioned a concern about the definition of sexual orientation that has been addressed many times earlier today. Earlier there was a young lady, Miss Fareed, one of the high school students. Were you able to hear her definition of what sexual orientation was?
Mr. Chairman, I did.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One more time, very dangerous question. We are very tired.
I am
be
too,
brief.
so I'm ready to go home, so we'll cut to the chase. My name is Carmen Stanger. I live somewhere between Roby Creek and Clear Creek, out toward Idaho City. First of all, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, and committee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to each of you today. I'm very humbled and honored to be here. I'm very sad to be here. This is a solo act for me, and it was not supposed to be a solo act. This is the story of my beloved child, Maddie. She's 15 years old. Some of you have already seen her. And I want you, as I talk to you today, to keep this picture in your mind, because even though I'm an advocate for many youth organizations, LGBT organizations, and suicide prevention organizations, I'm here on behalf of my daughter, Maddie, and myself. Maddie was a 15-year-old student at Pocatello High School. She was an athlete. She was a bodybuilder. She played basketball, the electric guitar. She was a budding artist. She was a state and national champion trap shooter. She loved to steelhead fish, ride horses, motorcycles, do all of the things in this wonderful, beautiful state that we are afforded. Her big goal was that she was looking forward to attending the Air Force Academy, and ultimately she wanted to become a forensic detective for the state of Idaho. She believed in the state of Idaho and loved the state of Idaho. She was a very popular girl because she stood up for the underdog, even if it meant that she had to become a target herself. Anyone who was different for any reason always had her support and her compassion, and she would draw fire to spare them humiliation, degradation, and bullying. Maddie got bullied not only by her peers, but by her high school administrators, her athletic director, and her high school resource officer. The very people entrusted with contributing their part in the care, the upbringing, and the education of my child were the very people she could not trust and therefore refused to confide in when the two final blows came to her and stole her hope. That was when two high school boys threatened to rape her into becoming straight, and ultimately her school resource officer threatened to have her kicked off the basketball team and worse, arrested for patting the girls on the behind on the basketball court, as all kids do when they're playing sports, because she was openly gay. I knew Maddie was gay before she knew it. A mother knows these things when your child's born this way. In the same week that she ended her fight to stand up for herself, to be unique, to prove that she had worth in this world, the very same week that the protests took place in this Capitol, Maddie, feeling hopeless that she was stuck in an unchangeable and intolerant community, as well as feeling worthless and abandoned as a high school student, with no exception of ever being accepted within this expectation of ever being accepted within this state, she ultimately lost her fight and gave herself over to her Creator and ended her physical life on this earth. I credit the loss of my child and to many other children to the severe and misguided belief that gay and transgender individuals are citizens that are less than others in this state. Far too long have our children who discover their own sexual orientation been robbed of the hope of obtaining a good life that is fulfilling, sustaining, self-supportive, and a basic human right that each one of them deserves. Period. A basic human right. No one has the right or the ability to dictate to an individual their own religious beliefs or who they love or how they love. Maddie's belief system was a very simple one that we can all learn by. She believed that there's not much in this life that can't be solved with a simple hug and a smile. And her hugs were the warmest. They were wonderful. But for her, her smile got too tired. Her arms got wore out, and she couldn't do it all by herself. Cutting some out here for you. The bottom line here is that one teenage suicide because a gay or transgender child, feeling that they are denied the liberty to have hope that they will live in a place which values their lives, is one suicide too many. I don't know if any of you know what a pinky promise is. I know a couple of you do, but I'm going to share it with you today. It's very important to my Maddie, and if she was here today, like she was supposed to be with me when this bill came up so she could express herself, she would share a pinky promise with you. A pinky promise is made by interlocking your pinky with the person that you're making a promise to. A pinky promise is stronger than a handshake. It cannot be broken, and it cannot be jinxed by anyone. So I'm going to do something unorthodox. I'm going to ask everyone to lock pinkies, And if you're uncomfortable with doing that, you can lock a pinky with yourself and make a promise to yourself. And repeat after me, and I know that you're not going to do this out loud, but in your heart, I would like you to say, I pinky promise that suicide is not an option. And I know that you've made that promise to yourselves. And I'm asking you as a mother, as a father, as a brother, as a grandfather, as a sister and an aunt and an uncle, no more children should be lost because they feel that they are less than worthy to be a citizen of this state. Do what is right. Do it right now. Give the young people hope and vote yes. Are there any questions?
Are there questions? Hearing none, thank you. One more.
Okay. My name is Wesley Level, and I grew up with cerebral palsy, so I know what it is to face discrimination and to live in that. And I felt trapped in my body for years, but I never sued anybody or never got mad at anybody for it. The only time I've ever thought about suicide, which I've got clinical depression, mostly medical reasons, but is because I take my eyes off of my Creator and put my eyes on myself. I start getting selfish and thinking only of myself and forget about everybody else. Although everybody I know has got problems. And I used to think I'd like to be normal or be somebody else, but then I got to thinking in church one time, who else's problems would I trade for mine? Nobody's, because I've learned to deal with mine. But this whole thing, HR 2 opens a Pandora's box about, they say discrimination is smoke and mirrors, but I know discrimination. And it's, I've been indulgent of all people, all kinds of people. I've got no enemies that I know of. Some people might not like me, but that ain't my problem. But this problem would affect my belief system, not my disability. And I've always cherished my belief system, and this is why we broke away from England back in the 1700s. That's why we had the Revolutionary War, for freedom to worship without government or a state-run church, which is the same as government. It was in England, but this opens a box for lawsuits and litigation all over the place. And I sure wouldn't want to start a business in this state after the law gets passed that I cannot be sure of. Just because it hasn't come up yet, a lawsuit does not mean it won't. So excuse me if I kind of shake, because I am disabled and that's part of it. But I appreciate the chance to be here, Chairman, and I'd be glad to ask any or answer any questions.
Are there questions? Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your being here today. I hope we've run out for today. We are an hour over time. We will take up again in the morning. However, committee, I know that the meeting's been announced for 8 a.m., but let's get another half hour sleep. Let's start at 8:30. Simply because we have gone an hour overtime tonight. So if you would, we'll maintain the sign-up sheets for those who have signed up, and afford the opportunity for others to come tomorrow as well. So with that, we will stand adjourned until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Will we break at noon again, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Vice Chair brings breakfast. So we'll come back at 5? They're asking me, so from 8 till 11:30 and then 5?
Welcome to Idaho in Session. Idaho in Session is sponsored by Don't Fail Idaho, the Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Union Pacific, with additional support from the Idaho Association of Counties, the Association of Idaho Cities, the Idaho Cable Telecommunications Association, and the Idaho Public Television Endowment.